popping off. Clone 8 and 3 staying alive, being a nuisance with that AR across the map. Ball State Esports, though, having players who haven't really gotten warm as of yet in this series. They'll need to pick up these numbers quickly. But again, can they get broken in now? First set of rotations, they haven't rotated first four. It's already looking like Nebraska could be on for a really clean hold here if they keep spawns.
You just got to make sure you hold the back of this, but oh my goodness gracious, Eviscerate gets eviscerated. And now Ball State desperately fumbling to get control of said spawns and the hard point. That's not going to happen, and now you're in a dangerous spot here. 35 seconds on the clock. Nebraska have got control of the hard point. Ball State really can't afford to do anything but just push this as much as humanly possible. Lost is going to do something from up top. That's going to make things awkward to get super inside the hard point. Has a number of ways to look and get sandwiched between a couple of players. Cloudsy for the follow-up. Gets the headshot on towards one. Already has the Hellstorm missile in the back pocket. Cloudsy, oh, not able to get it done inside. Just down to Clone for the back 10 seconds. And he will get that time at the ready to win one gunfight. Will take the time away from Ball State. But again, at the 30 seconds on the clock there wasn't really much that Ball State could do. They had to at least contest for that time.
Yeah, and look, they did the best they could, but I'm already starting to see from Ball State, I think they're just a little bit slow when it comes in for getting those breaks, because they had moments where they picked up 1 or 2 kills, but because they got traded, they were constantly in positions being a little bit tentative around the point instead of really pushing in, risking that 4 down to try and get in for the break, and that was constantly allowing Nebraska time to get back in, to get set up so that they could once again play a rinse and repeat on the trades. And now off the back of that, we have Nebraska, who is relatively well set up on this P5, the break potentially coming through from the back from GQ, but I think Nebraska are playing at a little bit more of a higher pace, which is catching Ball State Esports on the back foot right now. They'll have another set of rotations to be able to try and fix that. Nearly a 100-point lead now, and it's becoming cleaner and cleaner for Nebraska.
Bruh, Cloudsy, I need to know. I need lessons. I need private lessons from Cloudsy right now. He is 25 and 9. He is snapping heads. He's taking them apart. And Ball State on the receiving end of it at the moment, it is a 100-point deficit or so as we go into the second set of rotations here. This is something that's so rare on a map like Scar. We talked about why is Scar a map that is so prevalent in Call of Duty Black Ops 7, and the big reason for it is because it really does send you from one side of the map to another on pretty much all of the rotations except from P3 to P4. And Nebraska are taking full advantage of it at the moment. Another full wipe coming through in the feed. It's full white, and Ball State's warning on that blue side. You got to push through, you got to take the time off P1, and you got to start thinking about that P2 rotation.
And again, I think for me, it all comes back down to a pace thing, right? That back and forth across the map. A lot of people would think of a Scar, Hardpoint, or an AR map as a map that plays slower. It absolutely does not. You are darting across the map at all times, and Nebraska are just welcoming that pace. And we are seeing a bit of a prevalence from their sub-players as well, who are being allowed the opportunity to run through lanes, get control of areas like Market, like we've seen Getsuka just do, picking up the 3, now on a 7 spree, 28-10, 21-11. I mean, the KD disparities are so evident here. Clone 16 and 8 as well, double positive. I mean, take your pick as Duke be the MVP from this map 1, but it's all Nebraska right now as they've truly run away with this one.
This is just going from bad to worse, isn't it? Ball State attempting a flank. Rhino going to be the one for it. They haven't spotted him out just yet. He actually might get some timing on this. Yeah, easy 1, easy 2nd. Oh, runs out of bullets. Oh, coast with the pistol for the kill. Goodness gracious. Thank God he got that one. Almost got embarrassed on the main stage. Ball State Esports now in control, but the question has to be asked, for how long? Already a couple of kills coming in the feed, and we talked about that get out of jail free card that Nebraska had. It was the Hellstorm missile. Getsuga's going to bring it down, and he's going to find 3 for it. So Nebraska in a better position than they were, and I was going to say, I thought that Cloudsy had the Hellstorm missile. Nope, turns out there's actually 2 Hellstorm missiles on side. So yeah, Nebraska, I mean, they've just got all the options to close out this map. Jesus.
Oh, it just doesn't stop, does it? I mean, they are reveling in this pace right now. Nebraska firing on all cylinders. The NPC seeing that in action, absolutely popping off all around the map. I mean, this is just utter domination.
13 seconds. That's all they need. Nebraska have the players in position to close this one. Clone trying to cut off the reinforcements. They've isolated one more player towards a hard point. GQ are going to get close. That's going to enable close spawns here for Ball State, but Silas has already made it towards the kill. And here comes that second Hellstorm from Cloudsy, reigning Hellfire player inside the hard point, done and dusted. Nebraska, they just need 12 points. They just need one more wave of gunfights, and it is done. And Ball State have to fully headpoint the hard point. Clone gets shut down. Opportunity here to get in towards the time. You've got to jump at the time now. It's double stack coming through from Ball State. Just one more player left, and they're surviving. They're hanging on by their fingertips, and then they slip. It's Nebraska, done in map number 1. That's a dominant start of this series.
Ball State Esports weren't able to stop being 100-point club. So close yet so far, 250 to 98. We've seen them in moments perform, but the consistency and the pace of Nebraska, as we can see from Getsuga, these moments finishing double positive 30 and 15, just completely controlling the mid-map with this sub, not letting them rotate out whatsoever, keeping the spawns towards back blue, which meant the only options they had was to funnel through towards P2, where they would be picked apart by the ARs. Everything going right from Nebraska. A dominant performance, as you see from the graph. You know, it was within touching distance until about that P4, and from there, that's where we really saw Nebraska soar off. And not only did we see it in the actual score of the map itself, we seen it in the KD disparity. I mean, it was stark by the end.
I think a good measure of how uncompetitive that game was, right? We talk about the P4, right? That P4 rotation over and over again, we're able to get more and more time off the back of that P2. I think in particular, the amount of times they managed to hold that rotation. These three key rotations where Nebraska were able to get so much time away from their opposition. More to the point as well, there are these hard points, even though statistically speaking, Ball State's best hard point was P3, and that's understandable given the way that P3 is set up, right? I mean, it's so difficult to hold. I think it's one of the more difficult to hold hard points in. It actually felt like the most visceral in terms of this is a hard point where Nebraska just felt better. And a lot of the reason for that, and we'll get to it in just a second, was the ability of the ARs on Nebraska to just rip players off heady. Like the amount of times that I saw Clousy in that game take somebody on a heady that he just frankly shouldn't have done. Great, and it is going to make things very difficult to hold on a map like Scar, where basically holding off headies is your only real way to win the map. So, dominable from Nebraska Esports. How about that one? 250 to 98, 100. It doesn't bode well for Ball State, does it?
No, it really doesn't, and you'd like to hope that they can regain. Maybe they have something in the S&D, but look, we always did know that hardpoint was not their strongest suit coming into this series. Already getting one over and done with. Hopefully will not have it be too much of a downer for them for the rest of the series, although it is hard to say. It's not looking good. Nebraska really are firing hot, and as you say, you know, about picking up those kills, you know, I was quite critical of Ball State Esports at times for not getting out and not pushing the aggression more and being a little bit slow on whatever they were doing. But as you pointed out, the ARs were so dominant, and maybe that is something that stopped Ball State Esports from trying to push out, from trying to get aggressive, because they realized if they overpeaked, overchallenged, and overrushed a lane, that they would just get picked apart and then be forced even further back. But I do feel like at times when a game's not going your way, you have to make that risk of running a 4 down, right? You have to risk going in as a 4, trying to get those kills and get the trades, and have that risk going, hey, we might have to all go down and then go again. But that's better than this sort of stagnant, constant 2 down at a time and never having enough up to fully chal and break out a point. They were never going to, I think, affect the game through the way that they were playing, and I didn't see them make any of the adjustments that were necessary.
I mean, look at the stats. Again, what more can we say? 36 and 14 for Cloudsy. Again, just the amount of times that he was ripping heads on that map is insane. 30 NTKs. Just again, I think it's kind of crazy sometimes to stress the kills that people get and then how many of those kills are non-traded. Clousy gets 36 kills in that game. He gets 30 non-traded kills. No one is taking him out after he finds those kills. Getsuga also, by the way, with the NPC. I think this is the NPC debut here on CCL broadcast. 30 and 15, also at 26 NTKs. Also doing it with 1 minute 48 inside the hard point. I think it's crucial stat lines that really do make the difference in Nebraska Esports. I mean, ultimately, it's one of the things. If a team can outstay their opposition in Call of Duty Esports, they're going to win the game. I mean, just in esports in general, that's how things work. And for Cloudsy and Getsuga, putting numbers down like that, it's going to make things difficult for Ball State.
Yeah, absolutely. We could break it down till the cows come home about tactics, about positions, but as you say, that's slaying out. It is the night and day difference. It is what gets the job done. And now with a raid search and destroy coming up, the second map in this series, will it be the penultimate map in this series? Of course, those of you that want a long series ahead, we'd hope not. But with the way things have been going so far for Ball State Esports, already seeing that KD disparity, it's not looking good. But one thing that I think they can fall back on, because I think it was one of the reasons maybe why they played a little bit slower in that hard point, is because they are focused on structure, right? When they get set up somewhere, they want to make sure they're set up right. They pick up nice angles. They've clearly done the research and clearly shown that they are a decent side when it comes to the knowledge of Call of Duty, right? the offenses are going to be hard in raid. You need to get pushed out to a site, which is going to involve you need to get a pick and rush out. It's not going to involve as much of that positioning. It's going to involve that slaying power, which they haven't really shown to have as of yet. But defensively, if they can deal with the pushes of Nebraska, they may have setups in there to be able to sneak some rounds. And as long as they can get those defensive rounds, you're looking at maybe where you can sneak an offense somewhere. But I think it does go back to those fundamentals. If they want to get anything out of this map, anything out of this series, the defenses in raid, they have to be perfect. If they let the ball drop there, then I think it's going to be a very early curtain call for the series as a whole.
All right, well, we shall see here. Search and Destroy next up. Look, sometimes Search and Destroy can be the great equalizer. It is a totally different change of pace from the respawns in the series. It can really help you, but again, I just don't know. There is that such thing as momentum, and it can totally break you off the back of a hard point like that. And ultimately, if you're getting outslayed, there's not really much that you can do about it. I have a feeling that Cloudsy and Getsuga in particular are going to fly here on Search and Destroy. How about this one? A B off the start here. Perfectly predicted. Getsuga almost immediately hits and immediately finds kill. How about that? Pinball Pro from Getsuga.
Oh, and already the nade rated back 3 versus 3. Clone now just trying to hold this angle, stopping the push coming through from Ball State. Already not in the best position. Ball State turtling up, trying to rotate back. They have an opportunity to get through A, but if they're going to get there, they need to move quick.
3 for 3. Rotation coming through. And they should have a basically a position. I don't necessarily know that Getsuga's going to see this. So Cloudy, excuse me, is going to see this. Clone will, and that now call will. So now it's about whether you can get the bomb down in time. Also, whether Clone, did he see GQ? I don't think he did. Obviously, we have the luxury of a X-ray happen. GQ gets that kill, and now surely it's all about getting that bomb down, especially silence down. Clouds is going to make a decision, and that's going to make things awkward with 20 on the clock.
Best opportunity for Ball State here, though. 2 versus 1. They need this to go well for them. They're going to chase down this kill. Cloudsy, he does feel himself dancing around the rock, left, right, and center. Eventually dropped, though. Ball State, crucial first round for them. Each one of these rounds is going to be really hard fought, but they are getting something from it early on. It's exactly what you want to see.
Just the way in which they managed to get the kills around that site was particularly enthusiastic. Good stuff. 1-0 start here for Ball State. See where they go from here. Nebraska Esports now. They're going to have the bomb. And they're going to want to take this, I think, maybe through the middle of the map. Cloudsy, I was going to say, you want to be careful about that one. Cloudsy through the middle of the map. Opens himself top to an opening nade. And now, you know, what, 1 minute 15 on the clock? That's still a lot of time. You're going to have to try and play around this entire round about getting that bomb back in a position.
Another 3 versus 3 as well. Getsuga now rotating through, managing to pick up 1, 2 versus 2, blow for blow, trade for trade in these kills. And this is everything you want to see for Ball State Esports, showing that they can be in this one. Silence with the nade out. Not going to get any hits from it. This bomb is going to be dropped. Huge kill though from Getsuga, all up to Lost. This is going to be a lost cause. He tries to take out Silence. The push is coming through. He's cooking the nade up through. He's going to have to rotate out here. This bomb surely just going to go down on A.
Just stick together in this situation. Lost with the Draver. Immediately a disadvantage here in the play. 15 on the ground. Now has one. Reconnaissance mission successful. And you now just spotted out one play. You don't know one to the left. Really need to get over that cleanly because now he's going to get swung on towards the left. Smoke attempt to try and get out. It's not going to happen. Nebraska, even the odds hit.
And 1-1, already surprising we're seeing the offensive rounds actually go better for both of these teams to begin with. The shot eventually going through the snipe. Oh, how I've missed that in ranked play the last week or so. In ranked play has been utter misery with my beautiful sniper missing, so it's nice to see it at least back here. But switching sides now, 1 apiece. Ball State Esports proving that they're in it, which is everything they needed to do so far. But Nebraska Esports, we know when they find the form that they will be unstoppable against this side. And, you know, Getsuga is, you can argue, he's already found that form. 4-1 on that 3 spree. Going to be feeling himself, trying to get pushed up aggressively onto this B side.
First blood coming through from Lost. Silence with a sniper rifle. Has already been tagged up once here. Really needs to activate in towards the play. Spot out a couple of potential targets. Coming back in. Smoke will escape. Elsewhere, Getsuga tries a flank. He's going to get shut down now as well. So now a little bit more honest with it. Fight for fight here. Cloudsy backing all the way up. And Silence still looking for something through the smoke. So again, little jump will give them some information here. And I think they've just read this perfectly.
Yeah, it's a terrific reader. They're going to get caught off mid. G-Cube, though, was ready for it. Picking up one. Will he be able to get the second pistol out firing? Cloudsy recognizes he can't really chow, but is he going to get out quick to chow onto this B site? Will he catch G-Cube? If anything, he might be caught out in the open, somehow getting out. A bit bizarre here, but for Cloudsy, he is going to try and catch the planter. If it is going down, it may not even get to this stage. Now, dancing left and right, 2v1. Hang on, though. He picks up one. He's jumping up high. Does he get the second? He does. Oh my God, Ball State, talk about fumbling the bag. I mean, a terrific win, but in that situation, Cloudsy, fair play, but that can't happen. How did it happen?
Just Cloudsy things, mate. Just Cloudsy things. Just Cloudsy things. Mate, this is all I've been seeing over the last couple of maps is just Cloudsy things. Not really much else we can say about it. Him and Getsuga are big reasons why they are so far ahead at the moment. And if they continue to fry like this, I'm not really sure that Ball State Esports have much of a chance. We shall see whether or not that continues to be the case. Nebraska, once again, full flying towards B. Coviscerate is over here. I'd love to know what is Coviscerate a word? Do we know? Is that in the English dictionary? I would absolutely love to know if that's the thing. Either way. Anyway, Nebraska trying to full barrel in towards B. The trophy system will now be down. It's going to force Lost out of position here. He could well catch Cloudsy on the exit and, well, he'll catch the trophy system and Cloudsy's actually giving him a little bit more. Somehow Lost doesn't find anything.
Oh, great kill in the end up though, getting one traded out instantly though. Cloudsy managing to stay alive as well, eventually getting traded. God, Cast a Curse there coming in as quick as I've ever seen it. But 3 versus 2 now. Silence and Clone, the last 2 up. Rhino though going to pick up Silence, all up to Clone to stay alive, and now a 2 versus 1. He gets one. That is going to be that. Ball State Esports through with the defuse. Hey, you got to give him credit. Terrific retake. Definitely look more comfortable in the search and destroys.
Oh, 100%. 100%. I mean, again, I think the difference is, right, on a map like Scar, we were talking about it already, with just the amount of AR headies and such that, you know, the amount of AR headies that we were seeing players from their opposition on, it was just so difficult to play around, and I think this map just plays a little bit better in towards their hands, even though we are playing Search and Destroy, and that certainly does help. Either way, Ball State are being competitive here in this Search and Destroy. Their team play has been significantly better in Coviscerate, which, shout out to production. You know, we got a lot of smart folks on back in the production here. They told us that it is not a word, which it just, you know, again, it just goes to show we've got creativity on side. You know, we're not seeing players like John compete anymore. We've got Coviscerate, which is great. I love creativity like that.
Well, listen, I would argue Coviscerate should be a word. Maybe it'll be a word after this, you know, to win against all odds. Coviscerate, currently 4-2, double positive. Going to continue to try and drag his side, the underdog side already, it seems, through the rough here. With the AR in hand, just playing it a little bit slower. Ball State Esports having a lot of control of this A site. Nebraska almost seem happy to let them plant because they're confident in the retake. Going through the smoke, Clone will get one. But again, lost there for the trades. And I've been really liking for both teams how they've been playing the trades so far in this S&D, making sure to always have each other's backs.
Coviscerate, perfect timing on towards the first. This is going to sandwich Getsuga in a very particular position here. He's already been softened up by one player. Should be good for the follow-up from GQ and will be. Nolan down, suddenly it's Silence. Go on, Worldstar for the 1v3. 25 on the clock. They have to plant. So we'll get extended here. Reposition. Oh, Silence saw him in his sights. Just couldn't get it off. And Ball State continue to roll through this search and destroy. Ball State a search and destroy team?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we're seeing a different level to their plays, right? And as you mentioned, as I said, we've talked about after map 1. We've already talked about it here. Scar is just a different beast in terms of that AR dominance that can put off a lot of teams, right? And you know, you have so many vertical power positions as well throughout that map. It makes it a different beast to everything else that we have in Call of Duty Black Ops 7, right? Raid a little bit more level-headed in terms of how it plays, a bit more of that classic map. Ball State Esports definitely feeling more in their comfort zone with it, although I do feel like Nebraska have kind of taken their foot off the gas pedal just a little bit in the way that they have been playing, and with Silence getting beamers like that, you can see what happens when the foot goes back on the gas pedal as they are storming through this A site.
Cloudsy wants a little bit more. Has to be careful here. Use the bomb carrier. Doesn't matter. Never mind. You never have to be careful when your name is Cloudsy. Flying across the map right now. Kavissa right now for the 1v4. He is stuck in a horrendous place, and Silence will give him the old shoulder. See you later. Through the middle of the map. Nebraska waking up a little bit, and that aggression, I think, from Nebraska is kind of scary when you're the opposition, because I feel like Nebraska set a pace that we haven't seen so far through this season.
No, absolutely not. They set that pace through the site. They went down the gung-ho road where most good teams do, right? They just bomb out that A. They're confident in their position to be able to get out aggressively onto a site instead of trying to do something weird and different, maybe around mid or around A. They went direct, they went straight forward, and that worked for them. And I think Nebraska will continue to benefit from doing that. Again, we've seen Ball State Esports struggle a bit with pace of play. If Nebraska Esports up it just a little bit more, then we could really start to see the struggle come through. But again, 3-3, a lot of offensive round wins coming through. This is not how I predicted this map going at all.
It's certainly been more interesting, I think, than that number one for sure. Getsuga, burn a shoulder. Listen, the thing is about Nebraska, right? You can see in Getsuga's kind of cogs turning like, I really want to chow this. Oh, and I don't blame him. He gets the kill. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Sat players now sandwiched once again, and Ball State have to try and make up that territory that they've lost. Getsuga wants to try and take even more real estate here. Silence also involved in the play. Getsuga out towards the open wall, and the kill's now starting to flow. It's all just down to G-Cube. He's already been spied out, and he can barely get out the door. Nebraska, they are so much more confident now over the last couple of rounds.
Absolutely. It feels like those first few rounds, as I said, the foot was off the gas pedal, but now that they've found form, rhythm, momentum, and I think just a little bit of talking to each other and saying, like, guys, come on, it's 2-3. Let's switch it on here. And since then, they have looked confident. The two most confident rounds yet by far from either of these teams have just come from Nebraska. As they take this offensive round, it's probably all said and done for this map and potentially this series. Ball State Esports put up a good fight up until now, but they need to keep up the level that they've proven so far in this S&D.
That's good read coming through from Ball State, and the immediate trades in favor. This has been a very quick round so far, almost immediately down to a 2 versus 2. They perfectly predicted what Nebraska were going to do off the rip, and they might perfectly predict what Silence and Cloudsy are going to do in response. Cloudsy goes sky high. Silence now trying to back out. This has been a really good read of a round from Ball State.
And it had to be. It was a make or break regain, but Silence on the 4 spree, now making it a 1 versus 1. Can Caviscerate his opposition? He absolutely cannot, folks. I'm determined to make Caviscerate a word, but he wasn't able to get the job done there. Nebraska Esports winning a 2 versus 1 through Silence. Silence will fall. A little bit of a Doctor Who reference there for all 10 of you in chat that have ever watched it.
That was good.
Yeah, taking out Caviscerate, 5-3 up. The end is in sight for this map. Again, it's been a good fight from Ball State, but I don't know if they have it in the locker to pull this one back.
That was great. I really appreciate that. I was, you know, that's the happiest thing that's happened in the last hour to me.
Yeah, big up Matt Smith.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's debatable.
There's a
anyway,
podcast waiting to happen on that.
Hey, listen, there's a goat that's come in the chats. Our producer just said that Christopher Eccleston is the best doctor, and you know what? He's absolutely damn right. Anyway, Nebraska Esports 1 round away from taking this search and destroy. This was a real light, I think, shining for Ball State Esports through this S&D, but the last few rounds, it feels like Nebraska have taken control of the driver's seat, and they are speeding this car at 200 miles per hour. Getsuga once again in position here, and it's all down to G-Cubed. Run, boy, run. You don't have much choice to do anything else.
Yeah, and that was that. And you know something? The exit music that we have played on the end of every CCL map, I feel like that's the quickest it's ever come on, because we all knew what was coming. The 1v4 G-Cube was never going to do anything there. As soon as the shots were fired through, the finger was on the cue for that audio. And that was that. Ultimately, another strong win for Nebraska Esports, 6-3. A shaky start to begin with, but ultimately finding a rhythm and just firing those rounds through one after the other. In the end up, another dominant win.
Yeah, I mean, again, the first few rounds, really competitive from Ball State. Like, it looked like they knew what they were doing. And even to a certain extent, I think when Nebraska were just like, yeah, you know what, let's just stuff this. Let's just full send it at Ball State over and over again. Even then, it felt like Ball State had some form of appropriate response, right? Where they were able to slow things down a little bit, you know, hold angles against Nebraska. I think the issue is just sometimes you can hold an angle as much as you want. If someone flies at you, with an NPC, the way that some of these players in Nebraska are flying at Ball State, there wasn't really much that they could do about it. So, yeah, ultimately, good reads from Ball State, good adaptations from Ball State, but on the whole, not enough to deal with Nebraska, who win every single one of their rounds by eliminations, by the way. So, shout out to Nebraska. They are frying as usual. It does not look good right now, does it, for Ball State?
No, it really doesn't, and I think the scary thing about all this is that clearly on Scar Hardpoint, with the map, with the mode, Ball State Esports were in a position where they were not at their happiest, they were not at their finest, right? But I think now after that map too, I think we've seen them in the position where we've seen them comfortable, we've seen them happy, they definitely prefer the map mode combination, and in the end, it still wasn't enough. And if you're seeing a team that's kind of been thrown the opportunities to them in terms of circumstances to get something over the line and they can't even do it, then it's seldom you're going to see them be able to fight through the more torrid affairs to pull it back. Because I mean, you look at what Ball State Esports need now. They need a reverse sweep of the series. They'll have to go through another hard point, to which they have been, in terms of the teams that we'll see in the regional sides, and with all due respect to them, a little bit abysmal when it comes to hard point records as a whole. I think there's just too much on the plate for them now to get something done. Even if they somehow pull this map through, I think that's all they're going to be getting maximum out of this series.
Yeah, it's not a good position to be in for sure. Well, how about this? Star of the show for Nebraska Esports. A little bit different this time around. Cloudsy got all of our love in map number 1. Getsuga got a little bit, you know, if Cloudsy got a big old kiss on the cheek, Getsuga, he got a hug. This time around, Cloudsy's been pushed to the side. Getsuga had so many important moments in that search and destroy. The amount of space that he was creating with that NPC, just insane. 1k damage to his name as well. I do want to give Ball State some love. We talked a little bit about Kavisere, right, being in a solid amount of positions. The same for GQ, but ultimately, nobody really standing out that much in the pack, I think, comparatively to Nebraska.
No, absolutely not. I think, again, everything that we see from Ball State, it seems like the best moments of Ball State only equal the middle of the ground moments from Nebraska. Nebraska just have that level that they can jump up, whether it be in the positions, the pace of which they set in the game, the rotations on the hard point, or just strictly kills. Whatever it is, Nebraska just have that constant extra level that they can go up against Ball State Esports. And yeah, I think it all just goes back to I don't see a road for them through this map number 3.
I just don't know where we're going from here, if I'm being perfectly honest with you, Zep. It kind of feels like we're heading first into a Nebraska 3-0 at this point. I don't see any other way out of this one for Ball State. We've all talked about kind of searching the story as the great equalizer. Things are going to change comparatively to the respawn, but that momentum was just too much for Ball State to handle. So, yeah, not a good position whatsoever for Ball State to be in at the moment. They are currently 2-0 down in this series. It's do or die. You got to get things going, and the Overload, Search and Destroy wasn't your mode. Hardpoint wasn't your mode. Maybe Overload will be the one. Ball State have to pull off the reverse sweep if they want that matchup versus Oklahoma Christian. We're going to have to wait a little bit longer, though, to see if that Overload goes ahead in Ball State's favor. We're going to take a quick break on the other side of this break. We've got map number 3. See you in a moment.
Hey guys, my name is Lucho. I've been in Mar Hills now for 2 years, and I'm in the MBA program, Business Administration. So I was a little kid, and I got my PS3. My father started playing all these campaign games. That's when I first got contact, but when I first started playing was when I got the PS4 and I got BO3. Getting really cracked in the pub games, getting dark matter, grinding zombies. That's about it. When I started playing World War II, I was pretty much a rookie, right? I wasn't really knowing the scene. I was just playing with the homies. The thing is, in World War II, I'm pretty sure just Brazil, right? Not Latin. Brazil had some CWL spot for everything. So like Brazil was taking it very seriously. It all started growing, and then at some point in 19, all the league was South America. It was every South American country, but mainly was Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and then started all growing until Vanguard that hit the Latin Challengers. I would say they found us. Our team was very dominant in the Vanguard year, and Max Wood, that probably everyone will know, he contacted me about telling me about all these, what college CoD was, basically. I was already planning on going to study outside my country, not in the US, but in Europe. So it was like a 2-for-1 opportunity, right? Like he found me in the perfect scenario. And then, of course, I told my teammates. And that time was DJ, Evade, and Aaron, right? Aaron's here with me. Then when DJ and Evade said no, started contacting every top player in LATAM. That's when we found Zuner. Also Trakes, but Trakes was a longer process. Testmates was the first team, like the first team of 4 we had, right? In UNA. Yeah, I would say it's all credit to Max Wood. He found us. So Trade is not only my CoD homie. He started there, but he lives 10 minutes from me in Argentina. Like we hang out a lot. So he's like a friend. He was my teammate. I met them through CoD, but he's my friend at this point. Not only me, I would say everyone in LATAM that played against him, he could tell you like Trakes was going pro if he tried to. So that's why we tried so hard. You don't understand how much it took for us to convince Jamie to bring Nico here, because we were telling him Nico's gonna go pro, he's gonna go somewhere else, blah blah blah. He's gonna go to St. Clair, Fisher, and he did it really quick, right? Like 6 months here, not even like a full year competing in any challengers, and he's already pro. That made us all very happy and motivated us a little bit too, because last year none of us competed but him, and we didn't have a great year. I would say like we could have done way better. We still placed the same as we were expected to, I would say, in CCL, but like we weren't close to the top teams. The other years we were really close to them. So when you go to school, it's sometimes hard to balance your time. Like the guys that are winning in challengers, it's not just because they're just better or they shoot straighter. Those guys put the hours in. For you to be able to compete at the top level, you need to invest a lot of time. So that will require you to administer your time very wisely, because you only have 16 hours, 18 hours of your body working, right? So you need to invest a lot of time, of course, on your personal stuff, yourself, and school, and then a lot of time in the game. Like optimize your time in everything. Okay, people that doesn't know, we started the first year, me, Zuner, Aaron, and Desmaze. Maxwell recruited us to go to UNA. The people that follow CCL in MW2 knows all the drama with the school. So of course we looked to transfer after the first year. Basically, Marcel's was our Southeast finals. We were the Southeast champions. We beat Marcel in the finals, and I'm pretty sure they had 2 players leave just that semester. They knew us because they played against us, and they had players leaving. We were trying to leave. It was like all just matched. Jamie just contacted me, and then it all happened. At the beginning, I feel like we felt like they didn't recognize us as much. Of course, I'm not expecting as good as the main sports, if that would make sense, because it does, right? Even though the school is Division 2 and we are the only Division 1 team, right? It wasn't that they were prioritizing them, it was like they just didn't care about us at the beginning. So we started talking about it with Jamie. Jamie kind of felt a little bit the same. But from the very first semester, like it went all evolving. We started getting better benefits, being treated differently. Jamie has someone like a higher up from the school that she has helped us a lot too. She really takes care of us. Everything we can ask for, we have it. You know, I can't complain about anything from what we get here. We're really comfortable. So shout out to Jamie and Marcel. Trying to go back to where I left. Of course, that when you quit a year, your stock goes down the ground. Everyone thinks I'm only good in S&D, which is fine. I haven't played Respawn in a long time. But yeah, trying to go back to where I was, trying to improve my placements, trying to be the best version of myself for the school especially. That's my main goal. Like, I'm competing to be on the top, on the level I need to be for college. I really don't care about going pro itself. Yeah, that'll be it.
Welcome back, everybody, here to CCL for the regional playoffs. We are 2 maps deep into our first series of what is proving to be a very long night. We've got Nebraska Esports 2-0 up now over Ball State, and they've pretty much dominated this entire series so far. We got Overload coming up, Zep, and it doesn't look good if you're a Ball State fan.
No, absolutely not. Look, for those of you that may be just joining us, that hardpoint was sort of an absolute whitewash. Nebraska Esports making light work of Ball State Esports, who got beat 250 to 98, just under that 100-point club. Map number 2, we saw a little bit more of an even affair with Ball State clearly finding themselves more comfortable on the search and destroy, but we saw them in that comfortable state, still only managed to get 3 rounds before Nebraska Esports shut up shop and got the job done relatively quick on the back half of the S&D. So now going into a Scar Overload, back onto a map that Ball State Esports don't like, back onto that respawn, and Nebraska Esports already proving that when they set a high pace, Ball State Esports simply aren't able to manage it. So not that I want to dog on them too much, because again, the greatest respect to them for getting to this stage. It's been fantastic to see them as well for the first time on broadcast, but we run the risk here of Nebraska potentially ending these overload rounds early with caps if they continue to set the pace that they set even in that map 1.
Yeah, I mean, I must admit, I think the Scar is quite scary here, just because purely, like you said, of how badly they got beaten down here, Ball State, in that map number 1 Scar. And the big reason for that, obviously, was the presence for the ARs for Nebraska Esports, I think, namely Cloudsy. I mean, Cloudsy is just that guy. The amount of times that he ripped people off headies on a map like Scar, that heady right there, that plain heady is freaking disgusting here on Scar. The amount of times that he was getting kills on the other side of that heady, I think is just wild. And I think, again, especially on a mode like Overload, where it really is just about taking map control, I think that's scary. If you're Ball State, you cannot allow that to happen here versus Nebraska, and I don't really know if they've got much choice about it. I was on the flip side of that conversation, if we're being positive here, if you can find a way to shut down Cloudsy, you are going to have a good time here, I think, on this map. I think there is a way back into the series. I think particularly you just need to make sure that the ARs are shut out here in this map, because if that doesn't happen, if you see early control from Nebraska, this could be one of those overloads where it's just very quickly 4-0, 4-0, and we're done.
Completely agree. And I think in terms of the mix of shutting people down, I think that's got to be paired with, on the overall, just finding a way to slay out more, right? And I know that sounds like such an oversimplification of the issue, but I mean, you know, when you're getting outslayed to such an extent, that does mean that you're not picking up the kills. If they're picking up the kills, you're not. And you need to just be able to get in those positions where, even if it's not the best position to be getting a kill in, God, just get someone on a positive KD, right? Get them running the show a little bit. Get a bit of confidence. Get a bit of blood flowing through those veins so you can start to set a little bit of a pace yourself, and so you're not so subservient to the pace being pressed upon you as this map 3 gets underway.
All right, well, you want to have a good start if you're Ball State. If you want a competitive series of CCL action, folks, you want Ball State to kick off well on this series, and it just hasn't happened so far. And the kill feed continues to light up. White Silence going to run past the ball here. And, well, the good news, I suppose, for us here, or for Ball State, is that they are, technically speaking, on the worst side of the map. It is going to be more difficult for Nebraska to get this ball through. They're going to flip across to the right side, though. And now with nobody spawning there, especially with a player top towards blue, this should be an easy cap. One player towards the back line. You're facing down 4 different players. That is horrendous sight, no matter where you're at.
Wow, and that is damning, because we've seen Nebraska as well play relatively patient in ensuring that they force the spawns out as wide as possible. Now, they did force the spawns out to a way where Ball State could maybe get a counter, but again, being a little bit slow on it, Nebraska quick to adjust around the back here, pinching on to the EMP carrier, but now Clone having it in the hand. Now they can reset, start pushing through this A and try and force the spawns out over towards Ball State's B side. overall, again, it's just very sort of simple map control for Nebraska. It seems to be working for them to a treat. They seem to love playing this map.
Let's just continue it. Battening down the hatches of Ball State Esports. You're constantly under pressure here. Cloudsy with a quick double. Eviscerate not towards that top window. He's out towards the open. That's easy pickings. I think it's pretty easy to get this ball across. I'm being perfectly honest. I don't think anyone's stopping this one. Yeah, it doesn't matter if Clone dies. You've still got presence towards the spawn as well. Cloudsy's going to be able to get up back towards 100 HP. And that's a problem. You need to remove Cloudsy from the spawn. They finally do so. TK coming through from Getsuka as well. And a third kill. And now all of a sudden here, Ball State have something to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, this is the best opportunity they've had yet to get pushed through. Can they make something of it? Absolutely not. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many more does this guy need? Getsuga with a multi-kill of 4. Gets dropped, but 12 and 5 to begin with. We talked about slowing Cloudsy down. We need to talk about slowing down Getsuga as well, because he's been consistently pulling up numbers throughout the course of this series as well. Phenomenal performance from him, although as soon as I say that, Cloudsy now 10 and 5, creeping up a little bit in the KD. It's almost like a race for them. It's a game for them, truly, as they so far remain in complete control. 2-0 up. Ball State Esports showing no signs of penetrating through the spawns whatsoever, as potentially another overload here on the offing for Nebraska.
You see an opportunity like that if you're Ball State Esports, and the fact that Getsuka just completely ruins it in the way that he does, I think is indicative of how this series and really how everything has gone for Ball State Esports so far. Getsuka gets one in, immediately flies out with the pistol for the kill, immediately follows up by 3 more kills for Nebraska. Another one off the rip, Cloudsy with the pistol. It's ridiculous. He doesn't even need to have the pistol out. Getsuka now farming inside the spawn as well. Oh, it's like Farmville back on Facebook in 2012. 4-0. Here on the half, and again, I said it, if you don't shut down the likes of Cloudsy and Getsuga, that's what's going to happen.
And the landslide through the feed painted nothing but white as they decimate their opposition here once again. Again, patient where it needed to be, but once they were in the spawn and once they got a little bit warm in this map, as you see Cloudsy do there, pull out the pistol. Doesn't matter what you got in your hand. You're going to be able to get that kill. You're going to be able to control the lane you want to control. And whether it takes 10 seconds or 30 seconds, doesn't matter. You're going to force that EMP through eventually. 4-0, 16 and 5 for Getsuga, 13 and 6 for Cloudsy. Clone and Silence, great players, but they're just along for the ride here at the moment. As Ball State Esports, on the other hand, struggling to get out of spawn at all. And it's looking like it's all over here for this series.
Yep, more kills coming through now off the rip here. Getsuga now 17 and 5. Nebraska continue to shred through Ball State. Lost, dead inside the spawn. Clone takes the one player that did have ball out through the middle of the map, and will continue to push up said middle of the map as well. And this is dangerous if you're a Ball State. Getsuga keeping an eye on the cross. Worth saying Getsuga does have a Hellstorm missile in the back pocket now. Nebraska slowing up ever so slightly here. Lost able to double up. The ball momentarily going to rescind back towards base. Now, we'll say, at least momentarily, they've done a good job at weathering the storm. This is probably the best moment they've had so far in this overload.
Yeah, listen, I completely agree. Best moment, but is that clutching at straws? I would say absolutely so. They need to get through. They need to pick up some kills. They need to get something on the board. And so far, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do that, as we're now going to see that P3 lane be pushed through by Nebraska. And, you know, again, we talk about the KDs, 9-11 for Rhino, GQ 4 and 13, Eviscerate 5 and 12. I mean, we're saying we were looking for Eviscerate to become a word. I mean, what will we say? To be 3-0 by Nebraska Esports, Eviscerated? Perhaps, as it's now 5-0 in this overload.
These bodies are flying up in the air today. I don't know what's going on there. I really have no idea. But Nebraska, that's another 4 down. GQ will get the reds, the spawn, excuse me, by blue. That's going to open up the path here for the 6th detonation here in Overload. Things just going from bad to worse for a Ball State. Couple more kills now coming through towards spawn. At least there's got one player, top motel. GQ needs to hang on. Not going to do so. And that's really no surprise to anyone who's been paying attention over the course of not just this Overload, but this series on the whole. 1 minute 20 left for Ball State to do something incredibly impressive. Getsuga flying down. Quick double for him. One more player towards the back spawn. It's another overload.
Now up to 7. One more and it's done. I mean, come back on for Ball State Esports. I mean, I don't even know if it's actually physically possible with the amount of time that is left. I mean, I doubt it. I mean, considering the clock stops now, I suppose there would be an opportunity, but it would take more than a miracle at this stage as we start to see the streaks come on through. Get Suga 26-11, popping that Hellstorm. 1 minute left on the clock. Plenty of time for Nebraska to get this one wrapped up early as they look for that final wave of kills to punch a hole through B.
Go on, give us an 8-0. Give us an 8-0 to finish off what has been a hallmark series. There it is. Nebraska stamp this series, and they stamp their opposition in the face. 8-0 in Overload. It couldn't be anything else, could it? We saw the scar in the best of 5 map set, and we knew exactly what was about to happen. And they set expectations right from the outset, back in map number 1. And everything we've seen since then has been just pure adrenaline for this roster. Nebraska, I mean, look at that, man. 250-98 in map number 1. That alone is a statement. An 8-0 in Scar Overload, though, Ball State might as well not spawn in.
Yeah, listen, look, it was not a good series from them. Again, commiserations to them. It's been terrific to see them on broadcast for the first time alongside Nebraska Esports, who clearly have some top-tier players on their roster. Again, the differences can be stark across these records that we've seen throughout the season. There's such a varied skill or pool of players in the CCL in regards to skill, and we're seeing that variation, I think, crop up once again, because I think Nebraska Esports, you know, I don't even think they were at 100% from time to time, and I think if we'd seen them really putting their all into it, it could have been an even scarier result. Ball State Esports just not having it in the locker. Terrific to see them nonetheless, but yeah, I mean, you look at where you would improve as Ball State Esports as a team. Where could you get better to maybe try and nick a map somewhere throughout? And look, Scar, definitely a weakness for this side, but I think it just has to come down to being able to pick up more of these kills and set yourselves up on positions on the map. Nebraska Esports, the faster they played, the more they shut down Ball State Esports. They would just continue to push up, continue to play in these sort of cruddy corners where Ball State just weren't expecting them or weren't ready off the rip. The pace set by Nebraska, I think, was the key to their victory.
I just want more, can you say? What more can you say? The fastest 3-0 you will ever see. 250-98, 6-3, and 8-0. Again, it's just that overload. I think in isolation, if it was a closer overload, maybe it would be more interesting. But just the fact that we close that series out in the fashion that we do, it feels bad, man, for Ball State, ultimately. But again, I mean, we talked about it, the way that you win that series. You got to shut down Clousy, you got to shut down Getsuga, and albeit it's easy for us here on the casting desk to say that's what you got to do, they didn't even really feel like they tried to do that. It's so difficult. They just got outslayed, they got outclassed. Although we should say, moving forward, Nebraska, they have a hell of a series coming up because they got Oklahoma Christian, so they themselves are in for a world of hurt.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy one for them, to say the least. As we said going into this series, for either one of these teams who makes it through, the road only gets harder from here. So you got to set yourself up on the best foot going forward in the back half of the CCL season. Each game is just going to have more pressure, going to be up against tougher opponents, and credit where credit is due. Nebraska Esports done the best thing that they could have done, taken out of this series, getting a quick 3-0, proving that they have the ability, having some good KDs throughout, and building up a little bit of momentum to going into what will be their toughest challenge yet.
All right, well, that's our winners round 1 done and dusted here. We're going to go to the next round of play here in regional playoffs as we continue the action with CCL. We're back in a moment with more Call of Duty.
Hi, my name's Chris Rodell. I go by CWADS. I go to St. Clair College, and I'm studying business and esports administrative. I started playing COD from when I could really remember, just like playing with my dad. Like he would give me like a second controller, probably wasn't even turned on. I was like 3. I originally started off as a sniper. I was really into like FaZe, L7, Red Reserve, all those like sniping teams. And then the way I got into competitive COD was actually one of my friends asked me if I wanted to go to MLG Anaheim one event, and we ended up beating Simp in like a 2v2 booth. And my dad was actually like into Call of Duty. He knew who Simp was, and I told him after that event, that was in like, I don't even remember, I was like 14, 15. That Christmas, he ended up getting me a PS4, a monitor, a scuff, and just said, here, like, let's go see what you can do in COD. And now I'm here. To go pro, it takes a lot. Like only a select few are gonna make it, and you always want to have that backup plan. Obviously, I have full confidence in myself going pro, but it's always nice having that, like, that extra leverage, you know. Like I think going to school, like, it's a great opportunity for you to be able to chase your dreams and still get an education while you're doing it. The reason why I'm at St. Clair is actually because of one of the players, Bendy. He gave me an offer. He was like, hey, I know a couple of our guys are leaving, and I know you want to be part of this. Like, if you can just wait one more semester, I can get you here. And it's been fun since then. Oh, it's great. I think it's one of the best esports programs. It feels like they really do care about us. I'm not going to name the school I went to before, but it just felt like they didn't care as much as St. Clair did. And that's, like, I think one of the reasons that we all, like, really enjoy the school is they just really care about how we are, not even just like how we're doing in our esports, but also just like how we are, like, as people, like how we're doing mentally. So I think it's just like, it's a great group of guys we have. Like, we always hang out. Like, I wouldn't say perfect here, but it's pretty up there. It's one of the best programs. Sometimes I do, yes and no. Coming here, playing in Canada, like, you know, like, we want to be like the best in Canada, you know, like, that's just, we already know we're the best in Canada. But Colombia, Argentina, Mexico, California, Canada, like, we have people from everywhere. So I think it's crazy to me how we're taking over Canada and possibly taking over NA. Like, we really only realistically lost one tournament last year. So I think we're putting Canada, NA, we're putting everywhere on the map. Yeah, so with COD, I definitely think it's one of the harder games to balance, just the way the scrim schedule works. And it actually works out. I take my classes in the morning, so I still have all that scrim time. If you can find the balance, like, if you want it, you'll be able to find that balance. That's what I tell everyone. Like, everyone thinks it's really hard to balance, but if you really want this, you'll find that balance. The advice I would give is always, like, school should always be one of, like, the number 1 or 2 priority. You never want to, like, they're giving you this opportunity. Like, at least in my case, I'm in a different country. Like, that is just insane to me. I'm in a different country to play Call of Duty and get an education. The advice I would give is, like, take the opportunities that you're given. Like, CCL is one of the biggest opportunities for you to still chase your dream and also get an education. Like, it's almost like a no-brainer. Yeah, so I think a lot of people are kind of, like, nervous, or, like, I don't know, they get a weird perception on esports, but we're just like any other sport. Like, we still get the same opportunities, the same everything as any traditional sport would. It's just, back to what I was saying, it's more of just like, if you want it, you'll make it happen. Like, no matter what other people say, like, if it's your dream, like, nobody should stop that dream. Yeah, it was really fun. Like, having the guys here, it honestly felt like we were, like, almost like pros. Like, you're thinking, like, we were here to be, like, to play COD. Like, we were all basically in the same room all day. We were boot camping almost. That's what people kept saying. It was just, it was awesome. It was really fun. Everyone at the school says, like, our team has, like, the best, like, team dynamic. Like, we're always hanging out. So I don't know, just us coming together to win, like, a whole bunch of college stuff, and then also take our talents into, like, the challenger scene and kind of be, like, one of the first teams to have, like, pretty good placements as, like, a college team. It was nice. It was like we were all, like, really hyped. Like, it was good for us. So we do watch, like, VOD together. That's, like, one thing. I know you said outside, but we like going, like, to the movies a lot. Like, we'll always have dinner together. Like, all of us like to cook. Just really hanging out. Just like if it's just your friends. Like, it's not even, like, these guys aren't just, like, my competitors now. Like, they're not just my teammates. Like, I'm gonna have these friends for life, for sure. Initially, the first thing we said when we lost the CCL finals last year, or we didn't make it to finals, whatever it was a bad day to be bad at COD. Like, we knew we were the best team there in the venue. It's COD at the end of the day, so it was just a really bad day to be bad at COD. So I think it's more of last year was that was the most like we've all won in our careers. So I think we know what it takes to win now. We know like the steps and like what it takes to actually achieve to win. So I think this year is going to be insane.
Hey, my name is John Exotic Bruno. I go to Wichita State University, and I'm currently studying business administration. I first started Call of Duty when how young was I? I was like 15, maybe younger, like 14, playing MW2. And next thing I know, I kept playing. I hurt my shoulder playing sports. Turned 18, I was like, yo, competitive looks kind of cool. So I started playing competitive and then BO3, and I mean, hey, I've been here since, so. It was a little bit through everything, honestly. So when I first started out, I played a little bit of rank play, and I got up against Big Timer, and I was kind of like nervous. I can't lie, I was really nervous. And this was when I was like, I don't know, 14 years old. So ever since then, I was kind of just playing for fun. Obviously, since the 18 under rule was a thing, you can't be under 18. I couldn't compete, but I was like, okay, I'll play like these little tournaments, like the Twitter tournaments, you know, tweet those kind of things, and start growing from there. And eventually, I mean, hey, I got good enough and, you know, landed myself in a pro spot. I landed myself here at Wichita, and, you know, it's been the history. It was different, I can't lie. I mean, initially, when I went to school, I was still competing, but I think in terms of all my workload of school, homework, work, everything became like just a little too much. So I kind of took a step back from COD and just started focusing on my education, started focusing on like college COD league, like that kind of stuff, just with the Wichita State. And, you know, that's all really gone. It's been a lot easier for me. It's been a lot nicer. It's a lot less work to do. I really just focus on my schoolwork now, play COD, you know, play some college COD, have fun with my team, and, you know, I enjoy it. I love it. It was different, because I mean, I'm from Ontario, so we have something called OSAP, which was like the student stuff that I'm supposed to be filling out, but I'm also going to school in Wichita, so it kind of made it to where it was kind of confusing initially. I needed some help from some of my directors there at Wichita, and I needed some help from people at, you know, my OSAP stuff that helped me out with it. But the transition wasn't the worst. I mean, I don't really visit the school very often because, you know, I am an online student. The transition was okay. I didn't have really many issues. It was just kind of figuring out all my paperwork, my FAFSA stuff, my OSAP stuff, and like I said, it wasn't too bad. Well, I mean, you gotta think, it's very, like I said earlier, it's really time consuming. Obviously, if you compete competitively, you want to have some kind of end goal, right? And a lot of people, that end goal is to play in CDL, and that's obviously what everyone wants to do. It's not as simple as just, you know, snapping my fingers and you're the league. You know, it's gonna take a long time. You have to work your way up. You have to, you know, actually learn the game. You have to get better. You have to have a lot of connections. You have to know, like, understand people, find good teammates. It's a lot to go. So, I mean, for me at least, the CCL is a really good entry point into a tier below CDL, if you could say so. So it's a really good entry to where you can, you know, meet some new people, some new friends. CCL is actually really important for, I mean, Call of Duty in general. But it really is a big foundation of, you know, just Call of Duty, the entire challenger scene, the entire scene itself. I think CCL should be a lot more looked at than it is, and, you know, I love it. I think CCL is doing a fantastic job, so. I mean, a little bit, right? Because you take some classes and you kind of learn some things from your classes, and you put it into real life situations. And for me, my real life situations is Call of Duty, right? So I can learn a little bit easier. I can read things easier. I can understand things easier. But I definitely think there's some correlation between, you know, going to school, learning, and then translating that into COD. I mean, for me, you know, I've always been a player that enjoys LANs. I mean, I think everyone can really talk for that, right? Everyone enjoys the LAN environment, the LAN gameplay. And I know College COD, they do have like the end of the year LAN league, the playoff LAN league, or the playoff LAN, which is always a good time. It's always fun. Really, besides that, I mean, I feel the CCL's done a really good job, especially since when I've joined. They definitely changed things up, and I think every year is progressing better. It's always a fun time. It's always a good time, and, you know, no one can really complain about that. Well, for me, it's just how friendly they've been. I mean, you know, a lot of people, and just in jobs in general, they're always like, oh yeah, we have a family environment. Wichita is literally a definition of a family environment. I feel like no matter what happens, I can talk to them about anything and they'll always be there to help me. If I'm ever struggling in a class, or if I'm ever struggling with my own personal things, any single person on that team and every single person in the program will be there to help me if I need it. And to me, like, that's just one of the biggest things, right? I feel like I have a family here, and I feel like I can trust everyone, and I appreciate and love everyone here. So, but yeah, shout out to those guys. Love them. Well, I mean, I come from obviously the CWL era, so I might have, I guess one could say, ego. But I think the players I'm playing with, they've definitely grown from their own, you know, when we first started playing together, which maybe about a year and a half ago. And I've seen them individually progress as players, as friends, as people. And that's something that I enjoy seeing, right? I enjoy seeing the people I'm around progressing through life and just progressing as a person. And in terms of COD, I mean, hey, they got a lot better. I think I'm not the only one who talks about stuff. I'm not the only one who gives input for our team. But I think that the input that we have given to each other has helped everyone, including myself. I mean, I got my passion back. I enjoy competing again. I mean, really thanks to my team.
Boilermakers might not be in the hill, but you see two players working through the tunnels. It's Revy through green. He's going to open up with a kill. He's still got the traffic in hand. Goes for a slide out. Take a different look at this break. A couple players going to stretch to flip the map. That's going to force these spawn outs. See those white arrows? They turn around to deal with it. Still locking down the time.
I mean, what can be said about this? And as you said, they didn't get straight on the point in P3. They played it patiently, right? It's a case of how long can they hold on, because it's going to take more than one clean hill to get them back into this one now, as Red finds the merciless.
Hey, he's got 10 in a row, make it 11, looking for number 12. He's not going to go.
The reminder, Slayer and Spooky getting a couple, but I mean, it's just drops in the ocean here right now in regards to the flow of this series. This is all going the way of Boilermakers, one of the most dominant performances I've ever seen, and this is because you have Revy going on a 15. So should he go for the nuke? He might as well while he's on it.
Backline's able to put some shots in on one, does his best to get away, but is going to be reaped. Schluck now the last man alive, and a 1v2.
Wow. How did Schlepp manage to stay alive there? I do not know, but needs to continue to try and stay alive, pick up the next kill as well. Maybe actually going to go for the push here against Mikkel versus Schlepp for what is already a massive round early on in this search and destroy. Will Schlepp be able to pick it up? He absolutely does, and that.
Start closing off all the lanes and make it very difficult for Midwegos to even get a chance on this defense. Their number one, Cal. He's in the back. He's found one. He's found two. That's Honor as well. That'll be all four dead. There's a chance. There's EMP number 2. Cumberland Phoenix now in that spawn trap once again. And look where the EMP spawns. The bottom of the map.
Wow.
That's 3 dead from Cal.
Was a bit of a weird reposition there from Condi. Actually gives him a lot in the middle of the map, and now he goes down himself. Leaves Drafty in a 1 versus 3. First kill through, 25 seconds. There's time for them to pull up this 3 versus 1. Drafty down to 59 to the pistol. Surely not for the 1 versus 1. Drafty, you maniac!
The fact that they took that result, again, I think this is all scary things that will play on the mind here, but Amity not letting it play in his mind as he gives someone an
A few moments later.
second time around. Technically, not really a miss. The shot was never really on, but Amity looking super dangerous. Every shot could be the last you come up against in this round, but Amity with the pistol going to pick up 1. Knife out for 2.
My name is Caden Lee. I'm from Lexington, South Carolina, just down the road from Newberry. I'm Kate Beasley on the Call of Duty team, and I'm an accounting major here at Newberry College. I mean, I played CODs before, but it wasn't my main game. Like, I played other stuff. I didn't really get into Call of Duty until I actually got here at Newberry. They were holding tryouts, and actually, Buki, my now teammate, said, alright, we played a game anyways, might as well come try out just because we played Warzone. We came and tried out together. I ended up making the varsity team. I actually didn't know what a hardpoint was till December of MW2. Probably why it's my favorite game, but they're relatively new compared to people like Nico who've been in it for 9 years. Coming from just walking on, like, I didn't know anyone, so like I didn't know who was good and who was bad, so I didn't really respect anyone per se. I just was confident in myself. So my teammates actually played challengers at the time, so I just grinded rank every day. I knew what I was good at, knew what I was bad at. At the time I would just sit the hill. There was one map I went 7-3 in my first year and had 2 minutes and a half of time, so I just focused on Killhorn and ranked, and then eventually we got to a good spot. probably was easier for me at first just because I didn't have all those, you know, I wasn't in any outside leagues, or, you know, I would just have my one CCL scrim a day, so it wasn't too hard to balance it. Not much changed for me because, like I said, I was gaming like in my dorm, but like it didn't really have a purpose. Like it was just free time, so I was like, might as well go try to get a scholarship for it, which I didn't get till my second year, but I did end up doing that. Yeah, I'd recommend it. I left the country for the first time because of COD. I met all kinds of good people, man. It's just definitely a good decision. Know what you're good at and know what you're bad at, and go work for it, because you're not going to get anywhere if you don't put in the time yourself. And if I'm honest, I probably play COD the least right now, but that's just because I'm old. Know what you're good at. Like when I was first, I was like, everybody else was more cracked than me. I just sat the hill, did my job, and then worked my way up the ladder. In reality, I've had 3 directors in my 4 years, so crazy at times. We pretty much had the same core 3 between me, Diff, and Stells, exchanging Eternals or James for Jordan Freaky after the first year. We just had a lot of stability because we only needed 4 people. The program outside of COD, you know, it had a lot of ups and downs through the years, but it's on its way back up now, I think. My experience has been okay. At one point, I wasn't going to play anymore, and they pretty much bought me back. Definitely had some disagreements, but I'm still glad I did it anyways, and good experience inside of the COD world. That's probably a hard one, actually. Probably actually knocking FGCU down to D2 is up there, and yeah, that might be number 1. Just a dope, because there was no way we were making it. We thought we had a role change. Just the underdog story that first year was just so great for us. I think it's okay. It's definitely better than Black Ops 6, I'd say. You know, losing those longtime guys like Diff and Cells and working Sleepy and Buki in. Buki's been here, so he knows what it's like, but Sleepy's completely new, so we hadn't really gotten to scrim all that much at this point, but we'll definitely lock in towards the end of the year when everybody's schedule lines up a little bit better. I think it's a fake movement, COD. Everybody thinks it's about wall bouncing and stuff. I think it's fake movement, bro. I think this is boots on the ground. I hope they just learn to respect that, like, Newberry's gonna be here as long as I'm here, and we're gonna be good. So we recently played a match that some people thought we were actually gonna lose, and got us a little fired up. So maybe you'll see a better Newberry this year than usual. My name is K Beasley. This has been my player spotlight, and thanks for the CCL for holding us.
That scorecard. Iowa State now trying to get a little bit of an extension over here towards this connection to P3, and well, right now they got one player in the back line, and Frenzy, he's gonna have to play his life.
I was gonna say Frenzy made the best play there. Allow the reinforcements to start pushing up the map. He gets himself 2, looks for the 3rd. Can he get the entire team? We'll see as he chowers with the pistol onto quick. Good shots from the pistol.
4 as well in the back, getting it done, and in doing so creating these opportunities left, right, and center. Look how deep he is onto this A site. He's gonna find another double. Oh, put the shots in because I want some tequila, baby.
He's doing a great job. First, Arbo's found 2 of his own. First of all, he opens up the opportunity and gets the detonation over, so he makes it.
Oh, baby!
He's on a 6 spree, a double with a nade, and he's in your back spawn. There's a chance to close this half early. All down to player number 3 of Bo finds that kill.
Working quickly here. They have all the information in the world, able to get 1, make it 2. Can they find more? They get 3. Whippix, he wants the ace. Keep pushing through, young man, and you're gonna find it inside Dojo. Ground now will push back into Dojo. Bomb is down. B through mid hop. Can you find anything? You come through Dojo. 1 down. The trade is through. Second opportunity. It's gonna be Splody once again making the plays.
But intel should be going perfectly for Wildcats. Cracked there for the trade. 1v2 clutch up. He's 2-0. Oh, he can't lose a gunfight. Holy hell, crack for the ace. Brother. backside rotation, crack clearing and everything out. I don't know if he spotted him there, but I'm sure they're gonna wait to take his perfect fight. 25 seconds on the clock. Now is better than ever. And it's just Moo who has gotten lost on the map. The timing just couldn't go his way, ladies and gentlemen. An ace to go.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Hi, my name is Joseph Miller. I go by Biohazard. I play for the University of Akron, and I am a social work major. I started playing Call of Duty competitively around my senior year of high school, so 2018. I broke my rib cage and I was kind of on bed rest for 6 weeks straight. In that time, I got really into video games, and Call of Duty was my number one. Honestly, I wanted to get into competing in Call of Duty when it was right after I graduated high school. I attended World War II Champs in Columbus, which was kind of local to me. And then like seeing the stage, seeing the competitive aspect, honestly what really did it for me was like all of the Champs banners with all of the rosters and the team names and the player names and everything, and like just seeing that aspect and environment, I knew that I wanted to try that and try to get to that level. I would kind of play in random various like online leagues with my friends, and I would never honestly really find much success with it. Honestly, just like a stroke of luck, I got a college COD recommended video on my Twitter, and I didn't realize that like there was a whole collegiate league for it. I did what any logical person would do, and I went through the college COD Twitter and looked at every single college that they were following and looked to see if there was any of them in Ohio. And I saw the Akron one, and I was familiar with Akron esports because of Tristan on the Rocket League team. I was a huge E United fan, and Tristan played Rocket League for E United as well as for the University of Akron. And so I looked looked through Akron stuff, I saw that they didn't really have anything about Call of Duty. Took a leap of faith and I emailed the director of esports and I asked him about a Call of Duty team. And I was honestly just really fortunate enough that they were looking to build one as I was messaging them, and so it just kind of all fit into place. It's definitely not as easy as most people probably would view it to be from an outside perspective, especially like going to class, having things in person, you know, like contributing to like college life and stuff like that. Like you don't want to just be a shut-in who, you know, goes to class, goes to practice, and then that's it. Like, you know, I tried to, you know, put myself out there and, you know, meet people and make friends and all of that, while also, you know, having that competitive aspect, you know, going to practices and things like that. And it definitely, it's a lot to get used to, especially when I was 22 when I first, you know, went back to college. So I kind of had to relearn school life in general as well. I definitely, for advice, I would tell people to focus on, you will be a student athlete and you need to focus on that student part as well. Make sure that you are attending class, you know, doing your homework and things like that, so that way you still have the opportunity to compete. Obviously, you know, competing is fun, making a name for yourself is fun, it's very enjoyable, but you have to do the not so fun things as well in order to appreciate, you know, the enjoyable things. So please, please, go to school. Absolutely. Last year, we were watching in our esports facility. We have like a 9-panel TV wall that we normally would put, like, if one of the esports teams has a match up, we would put it on the big screen. It was a football game, and so we put the football game up on the screen, and I wasn't paying attention, and apparently like the ESPN video people were behind and thought that it was really cool that we were like watching the football game. And so like then they put it on ESPN and they were talking about, like, they were like, oh, like the Akron esports team is showing support to their football team, and I was like that's me. It's really, really cool to see. A lot of times when people think of esports, they think of, you know, being there, playing the game, things like that. And like you said, there's so much more that goes into it. As long as you are interested in the field, I'm sure you could probably find something that interests you. For me, it was social media. There's casters, there's, you know, like editors, so many things behind the scenes that you probably don't think exist, and you can find anything. And so for somebody that kind of wants to dip their toes into it, I definitely say don't be afraid to take that leap of faith. Don't be afraid of rejection. You just kind of have to put yourself out there, and if it's meant to be, it will find its way to you. But don't ever really give up hope, and I promise that whatever you find, it's meant to be there for a reason. I definitely, honestly, it feels funny to say, but like kind of what everybody's doing this year, like, you know, like the listen-ins, the player interviews, the behind the scenes things, kind of like humanizing it, I guess, would be a better way of putting it. I definitely think that, you know, putting names to faces and all of the things like that, where you're going behind the scenes, you're going more in depth. It's not just becoming another league. Like, you are, like, this is college. These are students in this league, and so being able to have these students have the opportunity to, you know, discuss their lives and, you know, be more than just a Call of Duty gamer and things like that. Like, it's definitely really interesting to see, and it's really cool to, you know, be a part of it now. I definitely am excited this year for the competition because I'm the only one that's returning, and so it's definitely interesting to see, to go from being on a team with people like Bowie and Thieves and MZ to people on my team that nobody like really knows who they are. So like kind of giving these guys the opportunity to prove themselves and build their own names for themselves while also doing the best I can as, you know, the veteran. I say that so that way I don't call myself old. Teach them kind of the ways and teach them how to play proper, learn the game while, you know, like kind of pushing them forward so that way once I'm done after this year, like they can kind of carry it on, and then who knows, you know, in the future maybe not let them focus too much on what Akron was and now picture what Akron can be with them in the picture.
Hi, my name is Rory. My gamer tag is Cruz. I go to Oklahoma Christian University, and I am a nursing student, or Bachelor's of Science in Nursing. Okay, so my very first memories of playing CoD, my parents had never let me buy Call of Duty before. I'd asked them plenty of times, me and my brother. But I went to one of my friend's house. We played Modern Warfare 3. We played it all night, and then I came home and I managed to convince my parents to let me get it. Me and my brother just played it all the time. That was probably my first memory of playing CoD. So I would say Black Ops. So when I first started playing in Modern Warfare 3, I think my full first prestige in Modern Warfare 3, I had like a .28 KD. I was like the worst player ever. Black Ops 2 League play, kind of towards the end of that game, I started realizing that I could kind of be pretty decent. I was a lot better than all of my school friends, so I started looking for like other people to play with. And then when Ghosts came out, that was when I really being like, oh, okay, I could actually maybe do something with this. So I finished high school in 2017. When I finished high school, I didn't really want to go straight to university or college after I wasn't very motivated. I kind of just decided I needed to take a break, and competitive was kind of like a thing that I like to do to kind of like, not escape from like what was going on in my life, but like it was a good kind of like thing to give me to vent or just kind of get my feelings out. And then it wasn't really until I moved over to the US during Cold War and started competing over here that I actually found out what like the CCO was. It showed me that I could do like both things that I wanted to do. So I always wanted to like try and go pro in CoD, but I also wanted to do like a nursing degree. And so doing the CCL gave me like an opportunity to do both of those at the same time. I feel like it kind of was like a no-brainer for me to kind of come over here because it let me do everything that I wanted to do all at the same time. I would say that the journey moving over here, it was definitely difficult. I think The first time I came over here, just to like give you guys some timeline here, so I moved over here 2020, right before Cold War came out. So I played the competitive year of Cold War in the US. I lived with my fiance, my now fiance, and her family in Tennessee. I competed then, and then I went back home after that in New Zealand trying to get my student visa during Vanguard, and then I moved back here for Modern Warfare 2. So I think when I was here in Cold War, it was very different because COVID was happening. I didn't have to worry about, I had money saved up already. I didn't have to worry about working. So life was very easy. Change that to now where I moved over here. I am paying for my own apartment. I have a dog that I'm also paying for. I have a job, and then I have classes, and then I also had like scrims and tournaments and everything. I would say the journey was, at least for the last 2 years, have been like very stressful, but it did teach me a lot about like time management, prioritizing things. So I actually get asked this quite a lot by people on Twitter. Why do you do this to yourself, or how do you do this? What I learned is that the biggest thing is kind of like I said, it's time management, but not in terms of like sitting your day out and being like, okay, I'm gonna do COD from 1 until 8, and then I'm gonna do school from 8 until 12. Not every day is gonna be the same. You can't follow the same schedule every day, because some days you might get 8 hours of sleep and some days you might get 2 hours of sleep. Don't waste your time. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I think over the last 2 years I've barely watched any movies, any TV shows, always doing something that I think is productive. The amount of time that people spend procrastinating on things, they could definitely work a full-time job with that amount of hours that they spend doing almost nothing. I would say that you should do it because I think that it is hard and it will take you a while to get used to it. I think the hardest part for me was my first 2 semesters because I had never experienced juggling all of these things. The thing with competing in COD is, as much as it's a great thing, the chances of actually getting something out of it are very slim. So playing like while you do college is a great way to have like not necessarily a backup, but it gives you something else to do. Like, you should have enough time while you're competing at any level, and if I can do this while we're getting like 3rd to 6th at majors and whatever, making champs.
What is up, everybody? Welcome on back to College COD. We are deep in our regional playoffs here. Day number 1, kicking it. If you managed to miss the first series of the day, it was a little bit of a DoorDash that was going on, so we had to kind of maybe speed things up, get this next matchup running. But Dandro here on the desk, alongside none other than Mr. Mark himself. Mark, how you doing today, my friend?
I'm doing fine this afternoon / evening / morning now it is over here. It's been a fantastic day for me, just chilling out, waiting around for the cast alongside yourself, Dandro, which I've been looking forward to very much so since yesterday, since finding out I can step in for it.
Oh, hey, you know, always glad to be able to step in and help out where I can. It's been a minute since we've been on the multiplayer side, but I can't imagine any better place to be than here in College COD. Let's talk about what we got coming on up here in this next series between, of course, the Arizona State University Sun Devils and, of course, the Oklahoma Esports Sooners. Let's talk about this head-to-head and how some of these matchups will go on and break on out, Mark, because when we talk about these two teams coming here together, it's a pretty even matchup, honestly.
Yeah, pretty even. Definitely, the scores suggest as it's so. There's only really one map series win difference between the two sides, really, that separates them. Whether that's going to make the series a long one or a short one, we'll wait and see. A lot of people predicting pretty quick DoorDashes for the first couple of stages, but we'll wait and see, because winners round 2, I mean, this is all to play for. You want to continue yourself in the winners bracket for as long as possible to eliminate having to play that extra few games in that loser bracket run, which could be a little bit tiresome overall. But yeah, as it stands, I mean, I don't even know if you could pick a winner from that stats line as it stands, Dandro.
Yeah, and I think one thing I'm looking at, just kind of taking a peek at these, pretty even overall between the hardpoint and the S&D, but I'm taking my eyes towards that overload. You can see obviously there, the Sooners, Oklahoma Esports, 7-2 currently in overload as comparatively to the 5-5 from the Sun Devils. So I kind of wonder here, if this is going into the way of the Sun Devils, maybe the Oklahoma, they can rely on that overload game mode to try and get them back on into a series. Or the other way to look at it, like you mentioned, we've had a couple bang outs here in these first couple series. Oklahoma go up a quick 2-0. You're looking at that overload and you are hoping that maybe you can scratch that one back, because this team looks a little too good. But let's take a look at our maps and modes to see where we're going to be playing this series. Where are we going around here? And well, pretty standard stuff here, right? We'll kick it off with the bang out on Colossus. It's a double Scar and a double Den. Let's talk about this Colossus, Mark, because obviously this has been a nice little fast-paced map. Feels like an opportunity to really just set the tone for maybe this entire series.
Yeah, definitely a tone setter indeed. When both teams have played it so far in the series, but to be fair, Oklahoma, they have been not very good at the terms of the Colossus hardpoints. They have lost both of them that they have played. However, Arizona State, they've been winning their ones. So, I mean, maybe Arizona State get a strong start in the Colossus based off of their reps that they already have put in on that map. That might be changing the scenario. Obviously, we've seen them being in the hardpoints. If they get that strong start, maybe it gets to that game 3. Yeah, it's Oklahoma's favor, but I mean, as it stands, Arizona State might come out with all the guns, blocks, and ready to start firing from the start.
Yeah, I'm kind of just looking at maybe some of our picks and bans that we had coming on through, and I am looking Oklahoma. They didn't want to play the Blackheart on Hardpoint, and they didn't want to play Colossus on Search and Destroy, right? So kind of leaves me to believe that they kind of want maybe more of these sort of pseudo larger maps that we have in the pool, right, coming on through. So this Colossus that's coming on out, you ban a Blackheart, tells me that maybe some of these sort of close engagement maps aren't necessarily your forte. But map number 1, it's a chance to really come out and show us what you got.
Yep, exactly, and this is what you need to do. You need to come out strong from the get-go. You can't start off slow. Colossus, very fundamental map. Lots of good rotations need to be pulled out here, making sure you're watching your flanks, especially when you get towards the P2 and P4 side of things. That's where it all becomes crucial. Obviously, P1 from the get-go. And bang out straight off, trying to get some superiority, trying to gain superiority over that P2 spawn as well for the second hardpoint, which is going to be Giandre taking off the first blood as we kick things off. He's going to get a couple before he starts getting himself into that hardpoint.
Early control coming out from the Sun Devils. Doing a great job of just kind of coming on out. You win a couple of those easy fights on ramp, and now you're gaining control of this P1. We've seen it time and time again here, Mark, where sometimes you can get some good early points here on the board, or it's just an absolute mix fest. So for the time being, not too much of a lead going towards the Arizona State Sun Devils. We at least get a little bit. It's on the outside. Luna tries to make something happen. Not going to be able to be there. Oklahoma going to answer on back.
Yeah, Arizona, though, they're making sure that they're holding on to that spawns for P2. That's the most important thing. But you see the wraparound from Lando. He finds a second. All of a sudden, he's getting himself... Oh, is he going to find that second? He's looking for it. It's the NPC. It's a new weapon in the rotation here that people are using and actually frying with it so far as well here, Dando. It's going to be a decider whether that's going to be the flip that comes out for Oklahoma Esports as they get control of P2.
Little takeover moment there. You find the kills in the back. You hold the line right now. Oklahoma not going to let that P1 get away from you. Lando going to look to hold this side. He doesn't see the second person. He might have just been able to cut on down. Finally, he'll be able to do it. And Luna has made their way on through the front. 3 dead. Can you make it 4? You will with a little bit of a trade. Oklahoma, they'll hang on for the time here. You got maybe one last push coming on through, or do you just start kind of putting your eyes towards new? It looks like as the Arizona State Sun Devils come online, and they're now maybe going to start to make their way over towards that P3 side.
Yeah, like you say, that slower start to get into it, but all of a sudden a pretty much solid hold on P2. It's got them all set up here with a good lead of 30 seconds and more coming, maybe even 40 seconds before we hit that P3 start. But all but getting through that mid superiority, you're going to see Lando trying to make the wraparound with his teammate T8 as well as they try to hold off anything from Arizona State, but they're going to get the early time. Luna finding a good kill there. Going to find a second as well as he jumps over to find T8. Maybe a third in the line. Nope, Kenzie will shut him down. That will be a chance, though, for them to try and get that pinch in if Kenzie can find the first kill inside that hard point. Will challenge it, swings around the corner, unfortunately shut down, and still going to be Arizona State holding P3.
Yeah, still a bit of a pinstripe kill feed, though. Trades back and forth as the bodies will fall. So maybe the Sun Devils holding on to the line. So I like the push coming out from Oklahoma Esports, but just not going to be enough. Thankfully, though, you have a huge two-piece. Can you find one more off the back, Henny? You will be able to. So just like that, you're going to keep this one close as Lando on that inside. Trying to go a little bit crazy. Won't manage to do it. Final 10 seconds on P3. The spawns are coming on in, and everybody is shuffling over towards P4.
Yeah, look where that spawn is, though. All of a sudden, it is going to be Matty Yates. Can he finish off the second? He does. He gets the 2 in the back. They just spawned there from Arizona Sun Devils, but you know what? They're getting all 3 dead in the feed. They're going to get control of P4 here as well and keep that lead counting. Lando, does he spot play in the corner? That's Giandre. He's going to find one, but he does get the trade in from Lando as that gets traded from Luna back and forward. Pinstripe once again, but it's still the Oklahoma Esports side controlling the hard point here and going to get to almost that 50-point margin.
That's a really good hold from the front. The piece from Jay Andre might be able to open up this hill. I don't know if it's just going to be enough there. It will. 3 members from Arizona now here trying to push on through the front. Spawns will come on through. Lando has been able to find a bit of an opening. We'll clear them on out. So it won't be as much maybe as a lead that you would love to be able to try and get back on in if you are Arizona. But Oklahoma doing a great job. Even though you maybe get ripped off the point just for a little bit, you're still going to get the meat of that time. As we look towards the second set of rotations, you have a very solid lead. Going to be up almost a full 60.
Yeah, a full 60, indeed, exactly a full 60, would you believe it, as they set up themselves in P1 here. There'll be 2 players pushing from the right side, and they're going to get the break on in. Players just below the T8, he'll jump up, he'll get the pop-up and find the kill that he needs here onto Jay Andre, and he finds a second onto Luna. All of a sudden, you're going to be pinned back even further if you're Arizona State, and my ace is having to pull out the pistol because he's running out of ammo before the reset. There we go. It will be eventually shut down, but I think Arizona's going to get there first to P1, but if you're Oklahoma, you're pretty much in the ascendancy so far.
How about what you can do here on the second set if you are Arizona? Being down 60 after the first rotation, not exactly where you want to be, and especially as Oklahoma managed to hold on to just kind of get some of these scrap points here onto the P1 and just look to maybe hold on. Now, when do they decide to fly out and maybe try and flip this for the P2 is my question. Kenzie from the front doing a great job finding the kills where you need, and yeah, that's exactly what they've done. On the outside, Matty Ice will get dropped. That's all the info that Oklahoma needs. A couple of shots going on through. Can you catch them on this rotation? You can. You're squeezing around them. 4 dead in the feed mark. Oklahoma, they look to be running away with this map 1.
Yeah, and look at Kenzie's lighting them up here as well. A good couple. Lando's on a 6 spree. Make that 7. He continues that spree. They're absolutely shutting down Arizona. They're not getting a chance to even breathe at P2 yet. 30 seconds completely held here, but that's a 4-man push straight through mid. Jumping down is going to be an opportunity for one player. My eyes on the far point, but Lando's got the flanking. Finds one. Mai finds a second. And there's a 4 dead once again.
Yeah, that is a back-to-back 4 down. Oklahoma doing a great job. Man, I don't know what this guy put in his cereal this morning, but Lando's snapping right now as he is just keeping on. And we're letting him take out the pistol and pop a 2-piece. Oh my God.
What's the highest kill streak in CCL so far?
Oh my God. We might need to put the mature audience only flag on this stream. That was okay. P3, it's up. They're controlling it. I got to see something from the Sun Devils here because this is a takeover Lando map on a 13 spree. Hellstorm in the back pocket.
Just when I said Oklahoma State weren't very good at Colossus, I mean, I've just been shut off here. There's a 100-point gap. Comes in, landed with a 15 kill streak. He's not being stopped. He's got the reset. He's going to look the wrong direction. He'll finally be shut down, but he could have all the streaks in his pocket at this point if there was more than just the Hellstorm available, but there we go.
Nancy on the side. Looking to hold. T8, I love this. Get through this side cut. Just maybe kind of pull some of these looks on over for you because Kenzie, you're still getting this close spawn. You try to get the player who is making their way towards that head. He won't be there. Sun Devils will control a lot of this P3, but I'm looking towards that P4. I already like what I'm seeing. It's Guido in the back, trying to just be able to hold these spawns for the Sun Devils. Hey, Mark, if they can chain back-to-back 60s, that is potentially one way to put yourself back on into this game, but still a long road from here, but it's all about the execution from Oklahoma to put this one away.
Yeah, very difficult task to do when you've got Oklahoma esports players absolutely frying around the map, but they've got control once again here. But Arizona, they're able to shut them down for one trades, so back and forward. It's still going to be in favor of Arizona, but the close spawns are Oklahoma's side, so he'll finish Chile with a nade, finds Zaza, and that's 4 dead once again, and full control here potentially to take this almost to the winning margin, but not going to be quite there to finish it off. We'll be seeing a new hardpoint in the third set of rotations. But here comes the streak of Lando, probably going to be wasted for the most part here, but information slows them down from the middle of the map, and it makes sure they all have to filter through one direction and one direction only, and that is towards their inevitable death here so far, because Oklahoma are frying.
You had a great setup. If you were Arizona, just to watch it all fall in front of you, and you mentioned it, you won't be able to win off of this hill, put yourself in a pretty damn good position. They've been great at this P1 through the first 2 sets of rotations. Wouldn't be surprised to see them end it here for Arizona State, it's got to be a perfect game from here on out. You only have 11 seconds to play with T8. Looks to be the tip of the spear. Try maybe find the kills to put this back into your way. You're just trying to use every bullet you can to rip off this one player. It's a slide on through, a pop into a two-piece. You fly out, look for a third. T8 might have just called game on the P1. Fantastic timing there. A couple more kills. Matty Ice, pop a last-second three-piece. Who cares? You're going to be able to do it. Oklahoma take game number 1.
Yeah, very fine fashion indeed as well. What a phenomenal map. I mean, I've never seen Lando. Well, he's got to be in the kill feed here somewhere, surely. Obviously, if that's the best play. He was 15, was it? He got maximum total kill spree. Unbelievable. And just pretty much didn't even need that carry because everybody else on his team was frying as well. The position was perfect. They were doing a fantastic job at it, and looking at how the game overall, it just kind of upwards trajectory from Oklahoma from P1. After that, it was just all uphill and all to the wars, that 250 lead, but not 100-point club. I was surprised that, to be fair. Arizona did eventually get themselves back into it a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. It was a slow and steady across the side there, but you could just even look on the right side of your screen. I mean, that P2, P4 are just where absolutely Oklahoma was able to sprint away from it. Only 9 seconds on 2 P2s that we had. A really good job. And even on that P4, I want to go back to on that last, kind of P4 that we saw. That was where Arizona maybe had one last ditch effort to get on through it, right? They have the spawns coming off of P3. They're holding it on in, and just it's a 4 dead, unfortunately. And they are taken on out. They're not going to be able to hold on to that P4, and that's what helps Oklahoma wrap this map number 1 on up. Mark, we had some questions when we looked at some of the vetoes, when we looked at some of the map picks. We said, hey, is this going to be a map that Oklahoma could come out and fry on? Well, I think looking at your screen, we get that answer.
Yeah, we definitely do get that answer indeed, and I was surprised at it the way that it was starting off, because their previous ones were very, very close ones, but this one, not close at all, really, in the grand scheme of things. So, very fair play. Done their reps already and figured out maybe what was going wrong beforehand when they're winning by 7 points, they're winning by 2 points, or losing by 3 points. I mean, at this point in time, you're not losing anywhere near any points at this point when you're leading pretty much from the get-go after that first P1, and you just fully send it. Everything was just going your way. The rotations were early, they were on point, and you were holding so much P2 time. Like, if you're holding 90 seconds of P2 time, what is the chance of you coming back from that if you're Arizona State?
Yeah, it's not a lot, right? So, hey, good showing from Oklahoma Esports. The Sooners here in map number 1. A little bit of an MVP for my standpoint. Obviously, got to be Lando. I see we got some people in the chat saying, where's this Lando been the whole time? Because maybe this is the sauce that you needed. Hey, we got to give us a shout out to Kenzie as well. 38 and 17 for Lando, 34 and 16 for Kenzie, but you called it out best, my friend. 15 of the streak from Lando. You put a little bit of hill time there, 36 seconds. But you don't got to worry too much about holding the hill when you are just cutting everyone else down.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he was doing his job real well. Matty was doing his job real, and that was the timekeeper, and he was holding 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the time. Well, Lando went around his job and done what he had to do, finding 15 kill streaks, getting the streak built up, and just making sure that Arizona can't even touch a hard point.
Really, really good stuff coming here out of map number 1. A little bit of a tough series for Zaza and Guido, but hey, whatever. We can try and get back on into it. We can try and be able to reset it, because we're going out ready to head into a search and destroy. A little bit of a change of pace here, obviously, coming into this mode. My worry here, Mark, is that I'm looking at our picks and bans. ASU did not want to play a Scar hardpoint. So it kind of has me wondering, how do they feel about Scar and these other 2 game modes, right? Very, very curious. We've seen Scar over the year, I think, really be sort of a ball knower's paradise, as I like to call it. If you know how to play this map, if you know the routes, if you know the timings, you can really run up a score on potentially, another team that's there. You can go up 3 rounds very, very quickly, and all of a sudden put your opposition on the back foot. My question, though, can Arizona State manage to do that here? Because it kind of feels like they have to, right? Otherwise, if this goes to Oklahoma, we looked at the overload stats earlier, and it definitely does not go into the Sun Devils' way.
No, it definitely doesn't. So they want to try and get something here in this Scar, where, to be fair, it is 2 wins and 1 loss for Oklahoma on a Scar search and destroy. So they are beatable on this map, indeed. So Arizona State, can they come out and find that first map of the series. Hopefully that gives them into a good stead to head towards that Scar Overload as well. So both maps being back to back, it might actually help you going into that Overload as well, just for positioning wise. Expect where players may well be going into that Overload as well. But yeah, you need to find a turning point, and so far with the slow start that they got into that hard point, and with Oklahoma with all guns blazing and everybody up to speed, I mean, it might be a difficult search and destroy to start with, but if they can find a rhythm, you never know, Arizona State might have an opportunity here.
True. I mean, you called it out that we also get some new map or new guns coming on in as well. Potentially could have something, but we kind of take a look, of course, at some of our series stats coming on through here. Like you mentioned, feels like it's definitely maybe. Listen, man, graphs are weird because yeah, they're 1-0. It's technically better than 2-1, but this is where we got to kind of talk about, right? Do you prioritize the reps, or you prioritize being infinite win percentage for all intents and purposes?
Yeah, I feel like the reps make more importance, right? It's like the more scrims you put in, the more opportunities you get of getting better at that map every single time. If you played it more competitively in the series and such like so far, I mean, 3 reps against the 1 rep, I would take Oklahoma's stats for a better percentage, really, overall, of winning this one in, well, not maybe fine fashion, but at least in more convincing fashion than Arizona State will.
Yeah.
But there's no guarantee. This is a search and destroy. It is literally a coin flip, really, for the sometimes you can just have an off day for it as well.
Yeah, I'm really looking at that overload, right? That's the other thing that we also have to keep in mind, because that graph definitely showed a little bit of a disparity. No reps on that one for, of course, the Sun Devils. But let's lock on in to a Scar. Search and destroy here. If you're just joining us, folks, Oklahoma Esports. The Sooners come out hot, swinging in a hard point on Colossus, but we're sticking on this Scar for maps 2 and 3. Can the Sun Devils get back on into this series here with a search and destroy?
Yeah, we'll wait and see if they can. They'll want to at least get something out of this series, and they'll start hopefully on the search and destroy. This time they'll be starting on the attack and run first off, and looking at that position mostly favouring that A site. It's going to be DeAndre that might actually watch the players on the flank, does spot them. He's going to have to give the information, but he gets caught out in the back. Shirley does get cut down. Lando finding that first blood.
It's a very solid first blood, and with some of that movement, you've had to kind of pull some of these players on over. Lando will get found up by Guido, but just as you kind of turn around, you have some players get dropped. Luna's going to at least be able to find Kenzie, so it's a 2v1.
He's already spotted 1 player as well, and that was T8. He spotted down the mid side, but Luna's going to be able to get the chance with the bomb in hand. He might actually get caught timing to get that down, but 2 players are going to be watching over you. Matt S is going to look over from the balcony above at Motel. It's going to be T8. He's sliding. Did he spot Luna there? I don't think he did. He doesn't. Luna gets the kill. Oh! Imagine he did that there.
It was that was a little bit of a too close for comfort. I think Oklahoma, they very clear, like, yeah, we're feeling okay. But they do the classic thing, the cardinal sin of search and destroy, as I say. You're in a 2v1, you just got to play together at that point, right? You just got to be able to stick side by side. They get split up. It's a little bit of an ISO. You almost get to take 2 separate 1v1s, but you bring it back on in, you win the one that matters, puts you up 1-0.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like if you were a T there when he jumped out, I think he spun just at the wrong moment where he turned around and turned his back on the opposition. But a good start for Oklahoma now with the attack around going their way. They're going to leave 1 player positioned up once again in the back here at Grandma's. Well, 1 goes through main, 2 go up towards the Motel side. Once again, favourable to the A bomb site as kind of the status quo seems to go. But DeAndre, he opens up the first blood as Lando that falls. He was the first one to find the first blood last time as trade come out, and T8 with the sniper. We'll find Luna. Trade for trade.
Okay. Even this up into the 2v2. Unfortunately, you have been backed on down towards this blue side. Matty Ice might be able to find maybe a little bit of a timing here if he is patient. Bomb in hand. You can see, obviously, Kenzie playing up in that blue side, just maybe trying to find Eddie a little bit of info. I'd like to see them play together just a little bit more. 40 seconds on the clock. You have plenty of time here. Starting to make your moves around this map, but somebody is going to have to move first, and unfortunately, it does have to be Oklahoma here. Sun Devils, they can play just a lot of defense right now.
Yeah, well, I'm sure they both did spot the defensive side of Arizona over towards that B side, mid-cut and plane. So information will be gathered that they've got a little bit more room to work towards that A site, but they have to get that bomb down and try and escape from it. But there we go, Guido. He gets 2 in the end to shut down the opportunity, and Arizona State will get 1 on the board to make it 1-1.
Yeah, I just feel like a lot of that early push up through market, just, you know, you get caught out, you have some of those early shots, and a little bit of a ego chow, I'm going to be honest with you there. So just obviously being able to push up, you lose a player that early, it's a little bit of a trade fest. It just, you know, kind of brings you down to the 2v2 with just 0 map control. So hopefully maybe we could see on the offense here Oklahoma be a little bit more disciplined. It's a little bit too, I'm going to say shaky, for lack of a better word, rounds coming out from Oklahoma. I'd like to be able to see them tighten it on up because, well, the Sun Devils, I like the strategy, I like the teamwork we're seeing coming out of from them in these first 2 rounds.
Very aggressive defensive push here as they're starting to get through the motel as quickly as they possibly can. They come sliding on out, and Zaza opens up first blood, but it's Lando that finds 2 quick ones. All of a sudden, favouring the Oklahoma side, and look how quickly they're pushing back through the spawn. Going to catch off 2 as well. Lando going for the 4. He's going to get the ace. Oh, he doesn't. And DeAndre shuts him down. But 1v2, 1v1. Oh, so close. Again.
I mean, I respect it. I respect the, like, heck it will chow, and you just straight up run through B. But maybe a little bit of an overheat there, right? That's where when you get the 1 and you know that last player is alive, just play your life, right? You have other teammates who can push on up. You got this guy push on in the back spawn. You don't have to really fly at them. You almost throw that round away. Thankfully, you don't. But yet again, for the second round we've seen from Oklahoma on defense, it gets a little bit shaky there towards the end. Maybe round number 4 can be a little bit different here as they're going to pick up that bomb onto the offense, start to work their way through mid.
We got through mid, is shut down as DeAndre does spot the bomb carry of Matty. He's going to spot a second right through the store. Challenge comes to him, but Lando, he wins it. Straight through mid he goes as well. He's continuing his streak though forward, but that's going to be Zaza. That shuts him down in his foot place, and it's going to be Arizona with the number advantage for a second until T8 snipes him out of it.
Huge opportunity from T8 to get that snipe. Kenzie over here. Does he make this read? No, will get caught. And just like that, your sniper is the one. Last alive in a 1v2. Have they made this read, though, that he's found himself in top church? I don't know if he has. He picks up an M15, but it only has so many bullets left. He's not able to get the kill. He's looking for the player down below. He's actually going to be able to find Guido. You have 30 seconds on the board. You have plenty of time here. I mean, you got to kind of push. You have to find that kill. No way you're getting bombed and getting it planted. So you just have to go on the hunt. Are you going to be able to do it? You are. All right. That's the dominance from Oklahoma that we were looking for. A huge 1v2 for T8 there.
Yeah. Coming in handy, picking up the M15. Finally finishing off Zaza there with the time diminution. Obviously, like you said, no time really to collect the bomb and try and select a site. They had to just go for the gunfight. Try and go for that W, and now they take the 2-round lead. But into defensive side, can they be a little bit more clean and clinical this time round rather than a little bit over-aggressive as they did in the last round of defense, where they got very over-eager and pushed dramatically hard through the A site straight over to their spawn. Tate's going to bring out the op once again.
Zaza. Gotta kickstart the round. A nice little 2-piece. Thankfully, Kenzie will be able to answer back, but it's Kenzie and T8. And a 1v3, making a 1v2. Wall bounce, shakes him out of the boots.
I can't believe they reach out that there, to be fair. I can't lie.
That takes some confidence. Just like that, though. I like the counter aggression that we see coming out from the Sun Devils. It's just Kenzie. It's just a 1v2. They have bomb, and, well, for probably the first time in a bit, we're going to see bomb start going down at B here on Scar. But, oh, no, Kenzie makes the wrap, finds Luna, rips him off, and didn't actually get the bomb down and tries to ego chow. Oh, my God.
Yeah, doesn't get the bomb down, but unfortunately, his DeAndre is in the top window. Well, finally, when they can fight over Kenzie, look at the head, he's swaying side to side. Both teams players mirroring each other there. But DeAndre gets the better of him, and it makes it 3-2 now. Only a 1-round deficit. Arizona face now. But Oklahoma, That was a little bit slower, but a little bit better from them, but just not the clinical touch that they needed in the end. I think they got Zaza starting off quickly with the 2 kills, put them at the deficit straight away.
What can we make happen here? Oklahoma back onto the offense. Set nades come on through. Jay Andre claims first blood. 8 and 4 for the young man here. A little bit of trades go back on in. Puts Oklahoma into the 2v2 yet again on the offense. Thanks to a nice little snipe from T8. Starting to work this A-bomb here, Mark. And if they're careful, they might be able to isolate this into a 2v1. Thankfully, Luna will be able to play their life beautifully.
Yep, Buddha's going to try and support there from the top window. And it's going to have to be a full wrap around your own spawn side now here as Oklahoma. They've got the time just to play with it here around the back. Maybe try to head up towards that B site. Somebody's going to catch him in the cross. That's going to have to be looking up from Guido, as he is looking up from green. Does he spot Lando there? Does he know about it? I don't think he does. Looks like we're going to get a chance to get this bomb down towards B. They're going to have to do it because time is ticking once again.
Oh, I like it. It's just the fast moves up towards Top Church as Guido gets found on out. Luna now has to go on the hunt. Couple of shots, though. They'll let them know you have to find where Luna is, because you could just let this clock go ahead and run on out, but you're going to hop the bomb. Rock goes down. And just like that, they're going to be able to hold the line. Oklahoma put up their 4th round on the board. 4-2 right now. I got to give the Sun Devils some credit here, Mark. They're keeping it mixy, but it feels like Oklahoma's just kind of, they're in that winning, right? They're able to take away. They're stealing some of these rounds, and next thing you know, we could be looking at a 2-0.
Yeah, it's looking closer and closer to that for sure. I feel like Oklahoma are starting to settle themselves down here in the search and destroy, not getting over aggressive, not trying to think that we could just run it down Arizona's throats and hope the best that it'll run in our favor. It's not going to work that way here in the search and destroy. And you know what? When they've took it a little bit slower and worked their magic, they have managed to find the openings and take with that sniper. Has just been phenomenal. So you got to keep an eye on him. There's a nade that is cooked, but does the damage onto Jay. He's going to have to back out, and it's going to be Luna first blood and not onto Kenzie. Take it though. Oh, of course he does it. Goes for the second. Doesn't hit this one though.
E8. Just skull cracking with the recon. Fortunately, though,
reactions like me.
You've done so much work here. Fantastic. You help out your team there, and it's just you drop one more. Matty Ice does get caught, so you see it's a full wrap back on over to A. If they can get this bomb down, this would be huge. But if T8 maybe peeks his head at the right time, he could catch them off bomb. Lando's over here. He's going in up over the top. Do you get a confirmation with this? No, you don't. Doesn't manage to get there. You're flying on through. You find one down below. T8 finds Guido. The 2v1. It's just a pistol in hand. Not going to be enough. Great round from the Sun Devils.
Yep. Captures one again here as the Sun Devils find the round. And yeah, it was once again, like, pushing up a little bit too far, I feel like, on that defensive side. T8 does get another snipe there to kind of almost make it a little bit fairer, but, you know, 1v2 in that scenario, I don't even know if you picked up another weapon at that point in time. It was a pistol that you had to pull out, so yeah, you're going to be difficult at range there against the M15 for sure. And that's exactly how Arizona come out on top of that one. Giandre, though, he's double positive as well. So not something to scruff out here with 2 streak going his way. Can Arizona start finding rounds together, piece by piece here, as they want to try and get back to level terms on the defensive side here? They're going to get first tags on Zaza, but no first bloods early on this time. Slow, a lot to go.
See just the difference in pace here in this round, as the Sun Devils have managed to hold on for the time being. Jay Andre will be the one to open this round on up, and with first blood onto Lando. That's going to be Oklahoma now down a man to make it 2. T8, Matty Ice. They've been here before, but a 2v4 might be a tall task. Arizona doing such a great job. You got 2 holding that A side. You got Guido swinging wide to look through that plane.
Sniper masterclass from Tate, though, again. Pulls one back at least. But still, difficult task. Arizona's doing this defensive work well. You know, they're not making any aggressive push up. They're just letting Oklahoma come towards them. Tate knows where at least Jay is, but that's only one of the 3. And the time is ticking. No chance really to get this bomb down. They're going to have to force life push it down here. And it's all about timing here as it will be swung around from Zaza. Giandre finds Tate and the bomb from Matt gets one somehow. Is he going to stay alive? Nope, not for long. Giandre at 5 in a row. 13-5. He goes, you know what? Give him that as well. Is he going to build towards that streak? He's so far a kill away at this point from earning that Hellstorm.
I mean, and a Hellstorm this late in the game as well could be massive to try and help swing this back their way. They've crawled it on back here, Mark. 4-4. This was looking like Oklahoma had a lot of steam, but they just can't figure it out on these offensive rounds. It's somebody out of position, getting picked off. You're now down into a 3v4, and it just makes the round so much more harder. Let's see a little bit more diligence coming out from Oklahoma if they want to try and take this one here. But hey, Sun Devils on a little bit of a tear. You got Giandre starting to heat on up. Potentially, all you need to do is play a little bit safe, get that one kill, get the Hellstorm, and all of a sudden this game could be on its head.
Yeah, exactly. Build towards that streak. Giandre's cooking that nade down mid. No tags with it this time. No extra damage numbers that will build towards that inevitable streak if he gets at least the damage or even the kill. He's getting tags, but his trophy system's going to build towards it. Lando opens up the first blood though, finds Luna. He's going to back them down, but Guido, he gets a trade towards Kenzie. And we're 3-3.
Oh, Lando. Doing a great job. You've isolated him, and Tate finds Zaza, finds Giandre. It's now just Guido here. At least gonna be able to find Tate, but 2 members of Oklahoma are here. They'll sniff you out from gens. They bring you on down, and that will be a defuse. A huge round right there from Oklahoma Esports. Not only do you, of course, go up 5-4, put us on match point, but you also shut down the streak from Jay.
Yeah, shutting down the streak from Jay was definitely a crucial opportunity there. Tate finding the 2 that was needed, and Lando tries to escape there as he gets that palm down. There's really nowhere that Guido can go when you've got 2 players either side. Pretty much an inevitable run for Oklahoma there. Probably one of their better defensive sides as well. Even losing that first, still managed to swing it back around, and match point in the cards here for Oklahoma to go 2-0 up in the series. Can they find that attack around that's been kind of a bit awful at times, but also sometimes a bit questionable.
Yeah. A little bit of elusive for them, but look at this. It's just a full 4-man push on over to B, and nobody's home. Nobody's looking at this. You might be able to flip this map on its head. Do you get the cross? You do. Guido's the only one who maybe sniffs something a little bit weird here, and I like the positioning from Oklahoma. You got Tate in the back, who's going to be watching this push from the other side. Bomb goes down at B. Guido gets found on out in the back. That's going to let you swing all of these arrows on through. Tate, the last one here, has a pistol out. He almost gets 2, but he does the important job of just getting 1. Keeps this in your favor. Giandre through the middle, trying to be able to find them. Smoke gets dropped. Zaza finds Lando, but the trades are in. It's just Zaza alive, and like that, Oklahoma will go up 2-0.
Yep, found the attack around well when they needed it most. When it was map point, they take control of they get the bomb down, they put the pressure on, but the full wrap coming in from Arizona State Sun Devils was just not quick enough, but also shut down quite quickly by Tate. He almost got the second, but unfortunately went for the pistol whip instead of the pistol shot, and that just missed him out, unfortunately. But there we go. You can see it on the scores there. Only a couple of defuses done, most of it else done by killing their opposition. 6-4 for Oklahoma Esports. They take the series, well, they take the series to 2-0, and they're looking to try and finish this off in an overload, which will be going back to that map of Scar.
Really, really good stuff. I gotta credit where credit is due. The Sun Devils, they were coming back on into this one. You can see it's because of a couple of those, first bloods that they are able to put back into their side, right? But it's just, they're doing such a good job. They're keeping themselves on into it. And then it's just those last 2 rounds is really, really tough. A huge round 9 from Oklahoma, like we mentioned, to obviously put themselves on map point, apply a little bit of a pressure, but also bring down Jay. Even if the Sun Devils lose that round, but Jay still gets the streak and is able to hold it for round 10, we could have very easily gone to a round 11. Obviously, you're coin flipping at that point, and you're A-okay. But hey, good job for Oklahoma. Maybe unorthodox round number 10 there from just a full B hit, but that's the type of stuff we love to see for some of our players pulling up the strats when it matters most.
Yeah, I think when you're on that map point, you risk it and hope for the best, but I feel like that was one of these ones where people don't tend to go the B side, so maybe expecting their opposition to go straight towards A. And look at Tate though, he was 13 in 7 most of the time with that sniper at hand as well. The recon doing him some good work, but also the pistol kills that he was getting when it felt like the battle would have been lost for anybody else. Tate, he can win it with a pistol either way, so it's phenomenal work. But you can't snuff at J. Andre as well. It was the exact same scores, but unfortunately on that losing side, just needed a few more extra players like Luna and Guido just to try and up their game a little bit to maybe bring it better in the favour of the Sun Devils. But 2-0, Oklahoma trying to finish it in the 3-0 sweep that we said could potentially be the case. But Arizona State, can they find something in this overload?
Yeah, I mean, and you can also just looking at some of these stats here too, like Kenzie doing a great job of obviously getting out the damage as well, so trying to soften up some of these players for the teammates that are there. But yeah, it basically just felt like, you know, Jay running away with a lot of the stats line for his team, and unfortunately getting matched up by Tate on the other side. It was sometimes with that sniper, it's, you know, yes, a kill is a kill, but I think for Tate, it was a lot of times in those early rounds, right? With the sniper in hand, you get that pick, and all of a sudden, the dynamic of the round completely changes. But a really fantastic search and destroy. I like the signs of life we see out of the Sun Devils, because they are going to need that life here as we get ready to head on in to a game number 3. You mentioned it. It's an overload. It's on Scar. And you're going to need to pull out everything you can here, my friend, because at least from a stats side, Oklahoma just looks so good on this map. I believe they were 6-1 is what we saw, 6-0. No recorded stat line for the Sun Devils on this map mode combo. Leaves me a little bit wary.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a bit wary nonetheless. I mean, the way that you've seen the Colossus hardpoint and how good they were in the search and destroy from Oklahoma, with the fact that their killing is on point as well, they get so many kills on the map, it's going to be a difficult task for the Sun Devils to try and bounce back here in this Scar overload with very little to no reps really in terms of the competitive side of it. It's going to be mostly Den that they've been picking for their overloads, or at least playing for the most part. So different map, different combo, could be a different scenario as well, and potentially an Oklahoma 3-0 on the cards.
It all comes down to this, ladies and gentlemen. I know we're early on in this bracket here in the regional playoffs, but this could be a moment that we come back when we watch Oklahoma make a deep run, where it said it all started here. And well, this overload could be where we see first half here. Oklahoma starting on, of course, this church side, as the blue side will be for the Sun Devils. A couple of early shots going out back and forth between these players. Nobody really making their way on over. So it looks like Oklahoma's going to be the first team. They'll pick up that EMP device, and they're starting to rotate it over towards B.
Just trying to find a couple of kills here to open up the map for them to find a route to make their way towards getting that detonation in. But it's going to be open up down towards the plain site. One player surely is going to have to push up in front here. Kenzie's going to be that man in the front run. Gets the angle though. He's going to watch players coming around. Surely we'll find it, but nope. Guido, he's spotted it, and it's going to be the carrier having to be backing himself down, but he's going to stay mid. Keep it there. It's a different position here. The EMP will be resetting soon. It's going to be Luna to try and reset that quickly. Is he going to go for the run? Nope. My AI shuts him down.
Pretty dead though. Make it 4. All down. You will be able to see an opportunity for Tate to grab that EMP, and you are just trying to farm for the time being. And that's exactly what Lando is going to be able to do. A huge 2-piece into the back. You have to cut your way on forward. You got to push on into this back spawn. The Sun Devils, they're doing a great job of holding the line. Do you manage to slide it on in? You do. So the kills will go your way. You sneak it on in, as we can start to see. It looks like Oklahoma, they're going to be able to get one on the board here with that overload, thanks to Tate just sliding on in. But now we get that plain spawn here, Mark, and you start to see Oklahoma putting out themselves in a little bit more defensive posture.
Yeah, Oklahoma, they got their detonation in, which was crucial, but they couldn't keep a player back in the spawn. They all got shut down quite quickly, spawned into the middle of the map, and you can see it now. They're all pushed back to their spawn, other than player number 5, Lando. He's planning to play around Arizona's spawns for back, for forward. It's trying to get superiority of the spawns, and it looks like it's working for Oklahoma, as they are winning their ones, and they're going to get the control over towards this A site once again. So Lando is going to keep running around in this spray. As he is, there's 5 in a row. He's going to try and find the 6. He does. He jumps over, and all of a sudden, the second one is in. EMP done, but now we're spawning over towards the motel side.
I mean, that's just a Lando masterclass. 11 and 2, make it 12 on the 7th spree. Give him one more for the Hellstorm if possible. Just gonna get a little bit lost here in blue, and I think if the Sun Devils want to make their way back on into this game, they have to deal with Lando. They finally will, but unfortunately, it's just been all of Oklahoma. Maybe we're starting to see why they have such a winning record on this map mode combo, because this is looking clean here in this first half.
Yeah, very clean indeed, and Lando just short of that streak as well. So close to getting it. But can he start it again? He's mounting another little streak build here. He's looking for the third, but doesn't manage to find it. Luna shuts him down. Finally, a chance to get pushed up the map, middle of the map here for Arizona State. Sun Devils are going to get in back spawn here, but it's 1 for 1, and then all of a sudden, Oklahoma find the crucial kills. There's still one player back in his spawn though. That's going to be Andre. Let's see if he can stay there inside top church. He can put some pressure on to Oklahoma. But with time ticking, it's very favourable to Oklahoma so far for first round of this half.
I do like the idea there from Oklahoma. You know, it would have been very easy, I think, for them just to full sprint forward and say, nope, we need to get this guy out of our base. We need to control our spawns. We need to kind of draw our line in the sand. And they're going to be able to do that. If you manage to push on forward, Lando and Kenzie, they'll be able to find 2. We'll answer back for the Sun Devils. Only 15 seconds remaining on the clock, though, and Matty Ice doing the correct thing here. Do not let them touch this overload. Let this clock run on out. 5 seconds remaining. Do we see any pickup? They're getting close, but I don't think Oklahoma's going to allow them anywhere near it. 1.3 on the clock. They're going to actually choose to pick it on up. Maybe get one last shot at it. Can you maybe find a last and final 4th score to put you up 4-0?
Yeah, imagine. Just at the 1 second mark. Gonna find the kills, but look at where they are on the map here for this defense. Arizona Sun Devils is gonna be shut down by Matty Ice. This could be the 4th if he can dodge his way around. Lando's looking for the opportunity. He slides it on in. It's halftime. It's 4-0.
Yeah, Oklahoma's looking pretty gross on this. I'm not gonna lie. I think, you know, there's a phrase we like to say in esports, and that's stats don't lie. And that continues here as Oklahoma is looking very, very good on this Scar overload. You know, normally we like to think of this map, Mark, as like the kind of good side. You know, there's a side maybe that's preferred that's there. And so, you know, hey, you like to see him go up 4-0 on maybe the preferred side, but I don't know. Just the way they're moving the EMP around the map and they're setting themselves on up, I think that they are about to do a very good job of, if not just continuing to score more, even just playing some hardcore defense.
Yeah, I feel like this could be another one of those 8-0s that we have seen already this afternoon. But it's been very much looking favourable for Oklahoma. They have full control over the map and the position around the rotation with that EMP device. But this time round, it's only going to be one player left alive here in the middle of the map. Lando's going to pick it up. He's going to go himself with a pistol in hand. I'm sure he can win that gun. But he's going straight for the run on in, and he does it. 5 now. How has he got away with that one with Zaza right there? Unbelievable.
We might need to hit up the old campus eye doctor for Zaza on that one.
Maybe. Still 7.
A little rough.
Don't know what we're witnessing here. This is Lando Masterclass indeed, 23 and 8. He's got this Hellstorm if ever needed, but at this point in time, the way they're gunning, I don't think he needs it. He's going to slide on. There's going to be another one. That's going to be the 6. Here comes the Hellstorm. I'm sure I hear that in the back of my ears. There we go. Does find Luna. EMP device. There you go. He finds Zaza as well. There's 3 dead in the feed, but there's nobody near EMP to pick up at motel side. Let's tape. He finds 2. How's he done that?
Oh, I don't know, but this is just becoming a farm fest. You're packing fertilizer over into this corner of the map right now. You put the EMP a little bit into enemy territory, but if you can win some of these fights, you could get your 7th on the board. It won't happen so far, but man, Oklahoma doing such a great job just getting lost in the base of their opponent and just literally farming off spawn if possible.
Yeah, absolutely plowing through the field for sure. As they look their way through, and Lando once again finding more kills. He's 28 and 10. My eyes with the Hellstorm as well. Just going to keep control, but look at player number 6, Kenzie. Is he going to get the EMP? Is he going to look to try and do it himself? Maybe one player watching, but he's going to try and go for it, and he is. He's just going to slide on in, and he's making it 7-0. The player was literally standing watching him do that just there, and 7-0. feel like this is almost an inevitable. 1 minute still left to play. Oklahoma only one more up there, and it's Andre finally finding his spree before being shut down, but I think too little too late here for the Sun Devils.
Got about 10 seconds for this EMP to spawn, so
that's done.
It's basically theoretically impossible, but you don't even have to worry about it when you're able just to pick it on up, slide into that end zone, into that goalpost, and you're gonna win in an 8-0 fashion here. Oklahoma Esports, Boomer Sooners, gonna come on out and be able to win a 3-0 here in the CCL regional playoffs.
Yeah, a phenomenal win of that as well. I mean, and now once again we're seeing back-to-back here in the 2 series on the Overload. Fine fashion. It wasn't a complete DoorDash here with Scar Search and Try being pretty close compared to the last series, and even the Colossus getting back into it, but very much Oklahoma riding the wave of that momentum from map number 1 all the way through the series. And yeah, just an absolute slaying prowess that they have on board with Lando. Just, I don't even know how many kills he got between them 2 hardpoints and Overload. The respawn count must be about 60 kills, 60 odd kills, I think.
Yeah,
it's just unbelievable stats at the moment.
Yeah, going absolutely crazy. Oklahoma Esports making light work of one of their early opponents here in the bracket, continuing to march their way on. Now, if you thought that this was maybe the last time we would see this team, don't worry. Action will be happening all weekend long here on College COD. We have a lot of series coming up your way. Going to be a fantastic time here. That is going to be, though, our second series of the night here. We're going to go ahead. We're going to get a new game teed on up for you, ladies and gentlemen. I know Mark and I mean, listen, we love a good 3-0. I want to see some action. Let me sink my teeth into it. Let me see some signs of life from somebody. Come on.
100%.
We're going to go ahead. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll be hopping on into that next match. Do not go anywhere. College COD resumes right after the break.
Hello, my name is Michael Wiglar. I go to Conestoga College, and I'm currently studying a business program. I'm in my last semester. I've been playing Call of Duty as long as I can remember, honestly. My first one I can really remember playing was Black Ops 1 with my dad specifically. He was kind of the one who got me interested in it in the first place when I was, I'd say, 11 or 12. And then as I got older in the teens, we'd always play it around Christmas time, just kind of play all the retro CODs. It kind of was my stepping stone into competitive Call of Duty. I would say the first time I realized I had a little bit of talent is when I was playing AW, Advanced Warfare. I had a little group I would be playing kind of game battles, UMGs with when they were still around, and we did pretty well. We were usually on the top of those ladders, so that was kind of the first inkling to me that I thought I might be able to do something competitively. So I've always seen the CCL like from afar. I've been competing in challengers for a long time since World War II almost, or since Black Ops 4 was my first competitive Call of Duty when I went to challengers events. But I've been seeing college COD grow for a long time. One of the last Toronto XPs that I attended, I believe it was the one last summer. Potsy reached out to me afterwards, our coach Potsy. He expressed that he had some interest in me going to the college. I was kind of on the back tail end of my career at that point, or competitive career, and I thought that it would be a good opportunity to kind of continue it a little bit longer. I have some interest background in kind of starting my own business, which is why I wanted to do the business course in the first place. So the stars kind of aligned for it to happen. I wanted to play competitive COD a little longer, as well as while furthering my personal life, getting a business degree, being able to help me in the future. Honestly, one of the main things I'd say is just make sure it's right for you. I've seen a lot of scenarios where kind of someone's has a general interest about college, but once they get started, they kind of that interest starts to fade away, and they kind of some people end up wasting their own time with it. So one thing I would say, just be sure about what you're doing. I know life's never certain, but do some research into what you want to do. Like I said, the stars aligned for me. I went to college in the past for a different degree. Didn't exactly work out. Kind of life changes. But the stars aligned for me to go to College COD and go to Conestoga. Very grateful to Potsy for the opportunity that he gave me. But again, you want to be sure about what you're doing. You want to be passionate about what you're doing. Even if you're passionate about just COD, you don't want to be going to college for just COD. You want to be setting yourself up for the future. So that's one of the biggest things that I would suggest is just try and be as prepared as you can be. You gotta have a lot of time management skills. Sometimes you gotta make sacrifices, one thing for another. Me personally, I can't always scrim when I'd like to, just because life gets in the way. I have a daughter at home, I have a wife and kid, I got a job as well. So it's all about finding the best balance for you. Everyone has different timings that works for them. Everyone works different hours, has different schedules. So it's all about finding the right balance. We have a very flexible team that we can work around. We practice when we can, but we all understand at the end of the day, life comes first, school comes first. You got to make sure you're finding that right balance while also finding the time to practice at the same time. We have 3 new players with Cole, Mintz, and Sweep. 2 of them, it's their first year playing challengers, or I think it's Cole's first year and a half. We have a lot of young talent coming up this year. I'm very proud of what our roster last year was able to do and the progress we made. But the ceiling this year, man, it's pretty different. These guys have a lot of skill. I think we showcased it a little bit at Toronto XP, the most recent one. If you didn't see us there, yeah, we're really excited for this year. We got a lot of hungry talent. We're just looking to showcase our skills. I'm kind of the unk of the roster this year. I mean, I was last year too, but I'm just trying to give these guys, give them the best advice I can, lead them to victory, because they're really talented, man. You're going to see them in challengers this year. You're going to see their names, I promise. Oh, he's been a real pleasure to work with, honestly. I think me and Eric have a really good relationship, starting, back from last year. He's taught me a lot. He's kind of, even at this stage in my time here, he's teaching me a lot about myself competitively as well. And he adds a very good structure. He supports me with the structure that we provide to our team. He has a lot of analytical things that he provides, a lot of stats that, kind of help us break down some of the issues that we need to figure out. He's a great presence, you know, in the locker room. Honestly, like, you know, before games, you know, before lands, he's a great presence to be around. And honestly, I consider him a friend. He's a really great guy. For sure. We're always streaming on Twitch and YouTube. I believe it's Conestoga Esports is the Twitch at. But yeah, we stream all of our NACE matches, all of our CCL matches when we can. You know, myself, I don't stream as much, but my teammates Cole, Sweep, and Mince, they all stream. So yeah, we're streaming all the time. Like I said, we're always looking to get better. We're looking to showcase this year in CCL, you know, build up on our T25 performance last semester and show why, you know, Conestoga is a force to be reckoned with.
We aren't looking for just anybody to join the Space Force.
We're calling on all late-night coders, early morning gamers, self-proclaimed space geeks, stargazing science junkies, tireless trailblazers, daydreamers, and especially square peg in a round hole type thinkers. To shape the force that protects our interest in space and our everyday lives on Earth, the only force created for the 21st century.
We need people like you.
So consider this your invitation.
Hey guys, my name is Lucho. I've been in Mar Hills now for 2 years, and I'm in the MBA program, Business Administration. So I was a little kid, and I got my PS3. My father started playing all these campaign games. That's when I first got contact, but when I first started playing was when I got the PS4 and I got BO3. Getting really cracked in the pub games, getting dark matter, you know, grinding zombies. That's about it. When I started playing World War II, I was pretty much a rookie, right? I wasn't really knowing the scene. I was just playing with the homies. The thing is, in World War II, I'm pretty sure just Brazil, right? Not Latin. Brazil had some CWL spot for everything. So like Brazil was taking it very seriously. You all started growing, you know. And then at some point in 2019, all the league was South America. It was every South American country, but mainly was Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and then started all growing until Vanguard that hit the Latin Challengers. I would say they found us. Our team was very dominant in the Vanguard year, and Max Wood, that probably everyone will know, he contacted me about telling me about all these, what college CoD was, basically. I was already planning on going to study outside my country, not in the US, but in Europe. So it was like a 2-for-1 opportunity, right? Like he found me in the perfect scenario. And then, of course, I told my teammates, and that time was DJ, Evade, and Aaron, right? Aaron's here with me. Then when DJ and Evade said no, started contacting every top player in LATAM. That's when we found Zuner. Also Trakes, but Trakes was a longer process. Testmates was the first team, like the first team of 4 we had, right, in ONA. Yeah, I would say it's all credit to Max Wood. He found us. So Trade is not only my CoD homie. He started there, but he lives 10 minutes from me in Argentina. Like we hang out a lot. So he's like a friend. He was my teammate. I met him through CoD, but he's my friend at this point. Not only me, I would say everyone in LATAM that played against him, he could tell you like Trakes was going pro if he tried to. So that's why we tried so hard. You don't understand how much it took for us to convince Jamie to bring Nico here, because we were telling him Nico's gonna go pro, he's gonna go somewhere else, blah blah blah, he's gonna go to St. Clair, Fisher, and he did it really quick, right? Like 6 months here, not even like a full year competing in any challengers, and he's already pro. That made us all very happy. It motivated us a little bit too, because last year none of us competed but him, and we didn't have a great year. I would say like we could have done way better. We still placed the same as we were expected to, I would say, in CCL, but like we weren't close to the top teams. You know, the other years we were really close to them. So when you go to school, it's sometimes hard to balance your time. Like the guys that are winning in challengers, it's not just because they're just better or they shoot straighter. Those guys put the hours in. For you to be able to compete at the top level, you need to invest a lot of time. So that will require you to administer your time very wisely, because you only have 16 hours, 18 hours of your body working, right? So you need to invest a lot of time, of course, on your personal stuff, yourself, and school, and then a lot of time in the game. Like optimize your time in everything. Okay, people that doesn't know, we started the first year, me, Zuner, and Desmaze. Maxwell recruited us to go to ONA. The people that follow CCL in MW2 knows all the drama with the school. So of course we looked to transfer after the first year. Basically Marcel's was our Southeast finals. We were the Southeast champions. We beat Marcel in the finals, and I'm pretty sure they had 2 players leave just that semester. They knew us because they played against us, and they had players leaving. We were trying to leave. It was like all just matched. Jamie just contacted me, and then it all happened. At the beginning, I feel like we felt like they didn't recognize us as much. Of course, I'm not expecting as good as the main sports, if that would make sense, because it does, right? Even though the school is Division 2 and we are the only Division 1 team, right? It wasn't that they were prioritizing them, it was like they just didn't care about us at the beginning. So we started talking about it with Jamie. Jamie kind of felt a little bit the same. But from the very first semester, like it went all evolving. We started getting better benefits, being treated differently. Jamie has someone like a higher up from the school that she has helped us a lot too. She really takes care of us. Everything we can ask for, we have it. You know, I can't complain about anything from what we get here. We're really comfortable. So shout out to Jamie and Marcel. Trying to go back to where I left. Of course, that when you quit a year, your stock goes down the ground. Everyone thinks I'm only good in S&D, which is fine. I haven't played Respawn in a long time. But yeah, trying to go back to where I was, trying to improve my placements, trying to be the best version of myself for the school especially. That's my main goal. Like I'm competing to be on the top on the level I need to be for college. I really don't care about going pro itself. Yeah, that'll be it.
Welcome back, everybody, to College COD. We are in day number 1 of our regional playoffs. We've had some banger back-to-back series. We got one more coming your way. Dandro here. We got Mark on the desk as well, helping bring you all of the action. Mark, let's talk about this matchup that we got coming on through against the Rochester Institute of Technology Tigers up against the St. Mary's University Huskies that are coming on through. Let's take a look at the head-to-head between these two squads and see how they match up.
Yeah, the battle of the dogs here, the Huskies and the Tigers. Well, we can get big cats and big dogs, whatever one's going to come out on top. But looking at the stats here, season record 7-4 for the St. Mary's Huskies. Looking like the favourable side here. But even looking across the rest of the stats based of the breakdown, see the hardpoint record is a tie one for the Tigers. So this one could be really interesting to see how they'll start it off, because the record for St. Mary's isn't looking great on their hardpoint.
Yeah, it's just very interesting kind of looking across these, where it just feels like maybe RIT has maybe a little bit more reps underneath their belt just across all of these maps and modes, right? Got to tell me maybe a lot of a couple of game 5s in their season, right? Coming on through. Gives them maybe a little bit more some of these extra reps that we're seeing. Being 8-8 in hardpoint, I mean, you played 16 different maps of hardpoint as comparatively to the 11, or the 8 rather, sorry, from St. Mary's Huskies. It kind of leaves me a little bit of a coin flip here, my friend, because you're right. Like, kind of a numbers wise, this does feel a little bit more towards St. Mary's, but maybe as we are here towards the back half of our season, or maybe some of that experience can come out on top for you. But I think the main one is that hard point, right? 2-6 for the St. Mary's Huskies. Not exactly maybe one of their favorite modes. So looking at Neslo, a series is potentially in their future. We'll have to wait and see, though. Let's talk about our maps and modes that we have in this series, because unlike the last one, my friend, we actually get a little bit of variety here. Actually, I'm going to lie. I'm a straight up liar. I thought we had like a lot of different maps. No, it's a den, raid, double exposure, and a den. It's just the den isn't sandwiched back to back.
Yeah, that's all it is. There is a back-to-back game, but exposure, if we get the distance anyway, at least in that hard point for certain. But yeah, at least we're getting a different map in the Search and Destroy. We're getting to see a raid, Search and Destroy, which breaks up the monotonous of the two same maps, I guess. Which, you know what? If it's been anything like the last two series, it's been 3 zeros, and we're only seeing 3 different maps in this mode, so it might be a better favourable watch for sure. We'll be getting a double of the same on the first set anyway, at least. But Den Hardpoint, I'm a big map fan of Den on Hardpoint for sure, because definitely needs to be kind of rotational wise. You need to be on point. There's only 4 hardpoints in this one. There's a lot more riding on the 2 hills, like 2 and 4, because they're the money hills you want to be picking up as much of that time as possible. P1 will be an absolute bang out, as it always is, and yeah, you just have to make sure that you're holding on to your spawn side for most of these elusive 2 and 4 hardpoints.
Yeah, gonna be a really fun map number 1 here on the Den. You bring out some great points, my friend. Some of these money hills that you're really trying to hold on through. You know, Den feels like it's one of these maps that really rewards knowing the spawns, knowing some of these routes that you can take to get in onto these hard points, and how you want to try and hold them. You said it beautifully. Point number 1, so it's a little bit of a bang out. It's mixy, right? If you're the team spawning on that other side, you're trying to flip the spawns, because once P2 comes online, you want to try and hold. But let's get on into the action, my friend. It's RIT Esports Orange taking on the St. Mary's Huskies. We get ready to get kickstarted on a nice little hard point down.
Yep, both fighting for that first early kills, and it's going to be Rudy who swings round the hardpoint to find one, but traded out straight away. Nobody really getting in control of hardpoint time, which we expect here on P1. In this middle cut, Bob's going to be sitting there waiting for everybody to come on. If you're St. Mary's Huskies, he's a player you're going to have to take out of the way, because he's in a prime position to pick you off. And there you go, he finds another, and that's a deadly. What will take the next fall, and a couple of kills going the way of Esports Orange. They're going to have control of the time early on.
Faded Crown doing a great job just staying alive there onto that P1, trying to let the rest of this come on through. But you've got 3 dead. Reddy's going to be the last man standing for RIT. As you can start to see, they are flying on forward. So in a last-ditch effort, they're actually going to be able to kind of pop up in this P1, fly on over, and set themselves up for this P2, and they're only down 3 points.
Yep, and Corvus was sitting in the right spot there to flip the kill and get that spawn on their side as well. So St. Mary's Huskies, even though they started the little wait time early on, they brought it back within 3, and they got the spawn for P2. And now they just need to make the break in here with the close spawns to their side. A couple of kills go back and forward, but still, St. Mary's Huskies, they managed to get themselves in, and that's 3 dead in a row. Corvus makes it 4 in a row, and they hold in towards P2, and we'll take that lead.
All right, they're getting some of these back spawns, so they are close. A nice coordinated push could net them at least a last final 20 points that are here, but it's really just kind of a trade for trades that will come on through that will eventually, looks like, go the way of St. Mary's. You're still getting these back spawns, but look at this. For St. Mary's, they're going to get these spawns, and it's an immediate rotation on over through that dojo side towards P3. So you'll lose a couple of players. You'll give up the scrap at P2, but you are setting yourselves up beautifully, especially as the other 2 members come on through. A little bit of a split spawn, kind of blessing you, and you hold the line.
Yeah, that's a very much a blessing in disguise. I wouldn't have expected it, but they were able to cut them down from both sides, and St. Mary's Huskies, they're going to get the early time here on P3. So the players sitting in mid, you know where they're going to be, because you've not seen them coming from the flanks, and that's going to be 3 dead in the feed. Almost makes it 4, but Midu gets shut down, but they still have control of that hard point. They're taking the lead by 20 points, and the close spawn that they have here as well, the rotation to P4 could be favourable if Corvus can shut down the flank. It's coming in from RIT.
I like this. Just kind of hold the line. You're going to do anything super crazy. Still alive here. You'll at least find one on that trade. You start to see the arrows turn on over. You clear out one for those final 10 seconds, and just like that, SMU, they're doing exactly what you asked from them, Mark. They clear out this backside. They're going to hold these spawns. P4 going to come online over towards Tree, and they're just going to be looking to hold this entire dojo side. But Bob, he's going to be the one kind of trying to be tip of the spear. All 4 players flying on through. Do you get found on out? Can a couple of kills go your way? No, they will not, as SMU do a great job holding on to this P4.
And Corvus is doing a fantastic job there to shut everybody down in the back of his spawn. Does eventually get shut down there, and it will be a break for RIT, but not for very much longer here as the flank comes in from the second spawn over through mid. And you're going to get all 4 players from St. Mary's Huskies inside that and around that point. Shutting down the players from open out the roof side. Faded Crown can't find it, Mudu finds 2. And that's going to be 3 dead in the feed. Another difficult task here for RIT to get involved into that hill. And with a 60-point lead and it's mountain, it could be a very big hill to climb heading into our second set rotations here.
Deadly. He's be able to find one, but the trades are there. Faded Crown's gonna be the one to try and win this fight. Won't be able to, but thankfully the teammates are there, so you're gonna hold these spawns as the favorable side here is RIT, maybe with a nice solid P1 into a P2, can get themselves right back on into the game. Not unheard of, but we know what SMU can do. We've seen them shoot on all cylinders, and they managed to find some of these kills. Let them go their way, push your way on through, find these spawns, and set yourselves up for the P2.
Oh, and there you go. That's a perfect 3 dead. They've only got 1 player to deal with here, and look to get the early spawns here for P2 once again. They've got still 24 seconds here on P1 though. Will they be able to fight and hold that P2 spawn side that they have? He's going to have It's Rudy trying to flank away out the roof, but he's been shut down. They give up that time surely. Now, if you are St. Mary's, you just want to get inside, set up here for P2. Money hill indeed, and the lead that you have, I mean, you don't really need to worry about a few bits of scrap time in P1. It's all about control P2.
You've been able to make your way on in. Have 3 members though of RIT swarming around you to get dropped. One out towards couches. That's a huge 2-piece that goes your way. Thankfully, you will get found on out. But some close spawns coming in from SMU as they start to bang out through the front. Asperity tries to make it happen. Pinstripe kill feed all the way through. One more. Tub finds them, but Corvos there to bring it to their side as well. It's a great little bounce back from RIT, but SMU, they're still winning these key fights here, Mark, and they are getting some solid time onto the board.
Yeah, still a very mixy P2 though. It's almost like watching P1 but in a different scenario here. But back and forward, the kills go either way, and it's a few seconds here and there for both sides, and eventually RIT surely pick up that last bit of scrap time. That'll be 13 seconds going their way in the end, and they'll get it to that 80 to 85 point mark before they start thinking about rotation towards P3, where St. Mary's, they're already set up, but everybody's, if you look at that minimap, all looking towards that P2 side, not expecting the flank from RIT. This could be crucial. This could be the opening that they need, unless Corvus, he goes and flanks them.
Yeah, Corvos here. A huge wrap just in the nick of time. Mudu finds a huge 3-piece as well. An opportunity for RIT to maybe spring a little bit of a trap onto SMU, but just a little bit of forward thinking does not go their way. The spawns, though, will flip, and they start to hit through this platform side, but a huge 2-piece from Deadly will stop that push in its tracks. 25 seconds left on this hard point. You got one last push to come on through, but I don't know. You're looking at that P4 side. I'm looking at where SMU is spawning. Deadly off spawn. You can just hold this dojo side and cut down the rest of RIT on rotation.
Yeah, well, this is a very good hill here as well for St. Mary's. They've done a fantastic job in the first set rotations. They've got the positional hold here once again through pillars and through patio, holding their spawn side, getting the early time. They have a 70-point lead, and they'll look to try and get that past even a 100-point lead here potentially. If they can hold as strong as they did in that first set rotations. It's going to be turned on. Reedy's found out. Only one more player to deal with inside server room, and it's going to be Faded Crown. He will stay alive for now. But the gunfights everywhere else around the map are all favouring St. Mary's, as eventually Faded Crown does get shut down. And a very 30 seconds early it goes their way. They take that 100-point lead. St. Mary's Huskies in fine form.
I mean, RIT, they're watching this one unfortunately slip away from them. They have good movement, they have good ideas. It's just the gunfights are not falling in your favor. It's very, very tough. Especially when SMU is making these heads-up plays, and especially when Mudu is popping 2 pieces like they're candy. Continuing to hold the front line, you're cutting them down as they are just trying to bang out this front side, and it's just not working for RIT. Last final few seconds will tick down here as we look towards the 3rd set of rotations. Only 16 more seconds needed from SMU, and it's already Corvos on a 5 spree.
Yeah, 5-speed building, looking for more here. It's going to make it 6. Jumps, finds a 7th as well, and it's 47 seconds his way. He's going one more take away from getting that Hellstorm, which might come in handy. Bob, though, he's answering back with 3 pieces of his own. It will be Corvus shut down, and it will be early time here in this third set of rotations here for RRT, but they need to be perfect from here on out. They can't afford to give away too much time, and it's only little bits at the end that you need, and here comes an incoming Hellstorm. This could be the opener into P1.
Okay. Won't manage to connect with anything that's there, but it does give you a little bit of info. Faded Crown from above has a good positioning here, but can't see the player that's on. Deadly through the back. He's going to be able to cut down these players that are here. You find one more from Broken, you do, and you're at least going to play the heads up, you know, opportunity. Hold these spawns, get your team back on in. RIT sensing the urgency. They've made their way on over to P2, but Bob and Tub getting ripped by Corvus. Deadly on the point is snapping right now. Faded Crown trying to make sure that this one does not end here. Unfortunately, it's just not going to be possible. SMU come out in a Den hardpoint, looking quite fantastic.
Yeah, indeed. Very much got themselves into it after the first couple of hills, and then just kept escalating from there on out. Fantastic showing for the St. Mary's Huskies as they take map number 1 in fine form. You see the trajectory of the maps here. That's where we started off. A very close one for the first couple of hills, and then as soon as P3 hit, there was a big massive peak of P4 where it was 108 seconds there. I can't even see the number. That must be like 1 or 2 there for the RIT. But unfortunately, yeah, just not a hill that they were able to hold on to whatsoever. P4, very much a valuable hill for the St. Mary's Huskies that massively took that lead on both ones. You could see the big disparity in both the P4s.
Yeah, I mean, you can even just see there in that first set of rotations. I mean, you end the first 4 hills being up 80, and it's that little bit of a buffer. They only scored 23 points between the between that P4 and then that next P2, but it's after that P2 where they then continue to surge on in. So that could have been the opportunity, right? That little bit of a lull coming on out from St. Mary's Huskies through that second set of rotations. So that was the opportunity that RIT could have got right back on into that game and made it a lot closer. But because of that buffer that SMU was able to build on up, hey, they're not even worried about it. They ride that one out till the end. They hold on, they hold the line, and they're able to take map number 1 in quite a convincing fashion, I'm going to be honest with you, to be able to see there. But take a look at the stats here, Mark. What are we seeing when we look at some of these numbers?
Again, just players going on nice little streaks here. Nothing major, nothing massive, but at least everybody's fighting their way here for the side of St. Mary's Huskies. You can see what a streak of 7 was the biggest one we got out of it. But everybody in the team were doing a fantastic job. Everyone's staying positive or level out, at least for Prosperity, but he's doing work in that hill as well. So separating the hill time between the kills as well was definitely the difference maker here between them and RIT here, where you've just seen Faded Crown just narrowly getting past it, and only Bob is on even terms with the KD, and unfortunately that was the difference maker, because you're not finding the kills at the right times around that objective.
I think this is really where we're starting to see the reasoning, right? Where we saw a lot of 4 deads in the feed. A great job from St. Mary's of finding those kills, opening up the map, and really being able to convert that into hill time. That's exactly what you want to see here coming out from this team in the hard point on Den. And now, thankfully, unlike our last series, this will be the last time we see Den until, of course, maybe the map 5 search and destroy. That's there, but we got to kind of shift gears here, Mark, to our second map, search and destroy, as we are going in onto El Clasico, as I like to call it, none other than Raid. I think this is going to be very fun to see. SMU, I gotta say, judging off that hard point, man, very clean, very composed, an idea of how they want to play that map. I'm very curious to see what kind of strats they have for search and destroy.
Yeah, very much so as well. Like you say, it's a classic map that is Raid. Everybody loves it. We've seen it so many times in multiple iterations of Call of Duty, and we all know the strategies to be played. No matter the version of COD we play on it, things just always stick to the status quo in the default positions. We're always expecting kind of similar routes to be taken, so you know where players are going to be. It's just who's going to be able to pull off the shots and figure out the routes early on and shut down their opposition. SMU looking like they're going to be the team to be on fine form going into this one. But RIT, you can never write anybody off here, only after map number 1. So maybe Search and Destroy is their best go-to map setup here. As they said, we have seen multiple Game 5, so they've definitely had multiple S&Ds under their hands here for RIT. So maybe this is the starting point for them.
Already start to see a little bit of the break off here in map number 1. It's going to be some movement over towards Tiki in that pool side. Bomb already getting planted at B. A shoulder getting thrown, and Prosperity has made their way on over. So from basketball, you'll get a nice little peek over to some of these players that are moving on through. And I think SMU, they have a nice idea of what the game plan is. Deadly in a really good spot here for that hop up. You might be able to catch some, but he's been able to slide on out and is going to be able to find one. And there's no trade at that moment. And you can just see some very solid movement coming in from SMU. The setup is there from RIT, but it is a breakdown. It's ready in a 1v3. And, well, the Huskies, the dogs are out. They're sniffing. They want to try and bring you on down. And, I think he got it, but I like the play there.
It was almost. He's getting it for sure. But, yeah. I mean, he was a second or two away from that kill there, and that was going to be the win no matter what. Even with a 2v3 at that point in the end. Yeah. He almost shut it down completely. But unfortunately, that's not to be the case. It is starting off strong. The first blood, a couple of ones that you said, it wasn't traded out. So they managed to capitalize on that extra man.
Hey, you know what? I got to give some credit to Reddy there. I don't think there'd be a lot of players in a 1v3 to have the heads up play to literally just fly at the bomb, try and, kill the diffuser. And honestly, if he's 1 second later on that, and not even 1 second, like half a second later on that, he actually helps them win that round. So really good stuff there, but also some ice in the veins coming from St. Mary's to be able to find that player, get the bomb defused. But now it's the Huskies' turn. Let's go on to the offense here as we can start to see them making their way towards Ring. And do they find some of these RIT players pushing their way up the ramp?
Reddy's going to get the flag, but Moody spots it. It's going to be the first blood going our way. Well, it's Deadly, sorry. I think it was got the kill there, but one of the two. It might be the change in the feed, but fantastic opening for SMU. Once again, first blood goes their way. They have the man advantage, and they have to put the bomb down because making sure they've got the opening to do it. Deadly looking to try and tag one as well, and it's going to be Tub has to back down for now. But they know where he is. Teammates will go find him, and Deadly will take him out. 2-man advantage going the way of St. Mary's as the bomb does go down on A.
Well, Bob on the backside does find Mudu, but through Kitchen, Faded Crown, you catch Deadly sprinting. Bomb is down, but you've managed to bring this back into a 2v2, a much more manageable situation. Problem is, that bomb is planted for Laundry. As Faded Crown makes their way on in, both of these players are looking at you. It's a great shots on one. Can Bob isolate this into a solid series of 1v1s? Runs up the stairs, not going to be able to make it happen. St. Mary's, you lose two, but it doesn't matter. You set the bomb up right. You play the post plant beautifully. You hold the line.
Yep, a fantastic hold in the end, and Angles there just caught Bob off guard. Wasn't expecting to look that way quick as he liked. He was looking the other direction towards the patio side at the back, and unfortunately he wasn't in back Laundry, he was in Laundry, and he took out the washing. He got sure done, and St. Mary's take a 2-0 lead. They're in search and destroy. They're looking to defend for this next round, and if it goes anything away the first one, they might well take a 3-0 lead. Right, RRT, they're deciding it's an A push this time, and they get the early blood with a nade.
Okay. You like where that's drops, and you back Mudu on down, so it's full ring control right now for RIT. Much better opening here in round number 3. If Mudu can manage to find a pick here, though, this would be a great ability to put this back in your favor. But over towards that ring side, it's a 2-piece before you get taken on out, and the bomb doesn't get planted, Mark. So just like that, it's a little bit of just desserts as well. SMU, they stop the bomb getting planted, and they even on up into a 2v2.
Yeah, this is very favorable here for St. Mary's now. As you're seeing, RIT working together though, moving forward, almost as if they're doing a tactical insertion here, and they're working one for one, clearing their way all the way around the map. As for St. Mary's, do they know the bomb's down over towards the safe site? They could defend that from here on out with time ticking away. Faded Crown finds Mudu, turns, Deadly will take him out. It's a 1v1. Mudu versus Tub. That's it, your chances here is Tub doesn't get the tags that he wants to take him out. He's going to have to try and look for that bomb plant. And it will be a retake from Mudu. Is he going to time this well?
He might be able to. Bomb gets planted and the immediate back away. The only worry here, Mark, is you've given up a lot of space. You're not going to have this read that maybe Mudu's come on up until you find a little bit of CoD timing. A shoulder gets thrown and you have an idea where this player is, but Mudu's on the hunt. It's an M15 though versus the SMG, and it doesn't matter when you're mixing in headshots. Just like that. Ring around the rosy. Pocket full of bullets.
Yep,
you're going to be able to find that kill.
But you know, leading away, St. Mary's Huskies. Very good wraparound from Mudu. They spotted each other, but it was Mudu's movement that paid off dividends. So he comes out on top in that gunfight, even with the AR at close range. That's why it is a very picked M15. Real, you can see 4 of them on a map at some points, whether it's any game mode, really, because they're just so dominant in the pick so far. But St. Mary's 3-0 lead, looking dominant here in Search and Destroy. I'm going to need something big here from RRT to start swinging things in their favour. Is it going to come from that early nade here straight down mid? Nobody's pushing up, so it won't be early tags, and you're going to see a B push here from St. Mary's.
Starting to make their way on over. A little bit of a swim here. Fortunately for Reddy, though, has been found on out, so a 1-for-1 trade that will come on through. 3v3.
I think he was ready.
Yeah. I think you just maybe try and wrap this one on back here, boys. I don't know if you're finding these kills.
No, definitely not. I mean, he's getting tags, but I mean, through that wall, you're guessing. He's just wasting bullets at that point. And it's going to be St. Mary's wrapping around from A. Or from B to A. Sorry. Here, as we're in that 3v3 scenario. Ritter going to answer back with it. They're almost mirroring it, but only one player staying back on B, just in case. He's going to have to start getting involved in just a second. He's going to go through mid as the bomb goes down to A.
Well, the bomb starts getting planted, but actually doesn't. As Bob goes huge for 2. And just like that, RIT. They're going to not let this one get away from them. They'll put their first round on the board, and that could be the surge of confidence you're looking for if you are the Tigers to maybe get yourself back into the search and destroy.
Yep, perfect start here that they need. This is maybe the start to turning things around. Bob with a big 2-piece. Makes it their favourable side, and now they'll be happy the way that ended there. Tub with 2, Bob with 2, feeling themselves now, starting to get, hopefully, into a better rhythm here in raid, as they will look to attack this round. And by the looks of things, everybody, once again, full push beat. Nobody is going to be there on the defending side. Only one up there at the back towards Jim. He's going to have to start thinking about where he's going from here.
It's a fast plan at B. Get it on down, and the second this gets planted, you're going to see that number 8. Deadly is going to maybe start joining over towards this stair side with Corvos to maybe try and make a coordinated push here. You've lost one already. There's the 2-man fly through the step side. Reddy is living up to the name as he's guns up, keeping him hot. Catches 2 on the push, and now it's just Prosperity alive. Playing through Tiki. Unfortunately, no little umbrellas here. Gets cut on down. RIT, second round on the board.
Yeah, back-to-back rounds they definitely need there. And ready finding the big 2. Once again, ready for the big push over the top. And then even the second chow coming in. We pull the knife out in the back. This Prosperity will fall. And RIT, at least keeping this nice and sweet here. With only a 1-round disparity now. St. Mary's Huskies, can you bounce back and start finding that rhythm again that you started off early on? 3 rounds in a row you went before. This eventually went the way of RIT. Yeah, mid push though. Quick push.
Just felt like a little bit of miscomm in that last round, right? 2 players flying through, and Reddy's just able to gun up on both of them. But you called it out. A little bit of a mid push coming on through. Controlled by RIT, but it's full ring control for St. Mary's. If they can find Bob in the back here, this could be huge. But Bob, the trap has been set. He springs on up, finds one before getting taken on down. Tub playing through this pillar side. Can you find one? No, you cannot. But yet again, the trace, they're still here. It's just Mudu alive in the 1v2. ready, continuing to drop bodies left and right, currently on the 4 spree.
Yeah, finding a 2-piece again. Crucial to potentially winning this round again for RIT. As you're going to see Moody having to find a difficult task of finding the 2 players remaining. That'll be Faded Crown and Ready. And they're both ready waiting in that ring. With the bomb down on A. All the pressure on the Husky side. And Moody, he's yet to spot one. Doesn't know where any of them could be, but there you go. One behind Van, the other one's going to challenge in between the ring statue and Tree. And now, unfortunately, St. Mary's Huskies will not manage to pick a kill there, and it will be all tied up once again here. Finally, RIT finding 3 rounds in a row, equaling what St. Mary's Huskies got off to a start.
Okay. What you like to see here, you know, you're down 3-0. It's not always easy to pop yourself back on into a series, but RIT, they maybe kind of shake some stuff off. They say, hey, nope, not right now. Not in this search and destroy. 3 rounds in a row has them feeling good. I'm going to be keeping my eyes peeled on Ready into this round. Very close to that Hellstorm, about halfway there. So if you can manage to find that in this round, this could be really where you start to pull away. But for the Huskies, you just got to stop losing these first bloods. Feels like you're maybe played a little bit too aggro those first 3 rounds getting to you. We can already start to see a little bit more defensive setup here. Get ready to head on into round 7.
Maybe a bit of overconfidence after going 3-0 up, thinking we could just run this down, we got this opportunity, but no, all of a sudden RIT changed their plan of action, and they've got control of ring once again, and it's going to be the bomb carrier pushing up, strangely enough, in this position past that A site. Not thinking like if he goes head down here where this bomb goes from here on out, but Deadly, he's giving away his position, but he does find a kill there from Mudu with a sniper. It's going to be Ruddy down. Mudu finds another. And all of a sudden, it's all falling apart for RIT, and it's only Bob remaining. And the bomb's down. St. Mary's, they just need to play their bodies now. They've got the advantage number-wise. And Deadly, he's going to get a full clean sweep. It's all 4 dead and all 4 alive for St. Mary's as they go back in front.
Kind of question, you know, for St. Mary's. Said, hey, you let those first 3 rounds, they get to your head. You feel a little too confident. I feel like maybe we should have been asking the same thing from RIT. The 3-man push all the way up to the front. Deadly, you find the first one with the sniper and then the second with a pistol. And I really like what we see there, right? You have the one player just kind of playing the heady, looking towards glass, and just being able to play their life, stay alive, and Deadly just kind of looking on over. Really good play there from SMU. That is the calculated COD that we love to see from some of our college teams here in the College COD League. But that doesn't mean they win the map. Just one more round on the board. Still got to get 2 more if they want to try put themselves up 2-0 into this series. So as we get ready to head on in here into their offense, the fast plant at A on the ring side. How do they hold the line? Well, unfortunately, the plan is starting to break a little apart as Bob claims first blood.
Yeah, a fantastic first blood early off of the bomb planter as well. And now has to get very aggressive here in towards ring. Knows where Moody is and he takes him out. All of a sudden, Vader Crown gets the next. It's all down to Deadly. He's in a 1v4. The bomb's getting defused. It don't matter nonetheless. He's down and out anyway. They'll be all 4 dead. And RRT will tie it back up 4 apiece.
Okay. Signs of life that are here from both teams. It's smelling like a round 11, my friend. It's smelling like it. I'm catching wafts through the air here.
Starting to pick up the same vibe. Can't lie. Starting to get a whiff of that game. Wow, around 11 for sure. Now this is where it gets to the stage where nobody's getting over cockiness. Now when you're at 4 apiece, it's, the next one goes into map point. So a crucial round. This one could swing it, or it could just easily make it go into that round 11 opportunity. We'll just wait and see how this is played out here. As spread a bit here, and it's going to be Faded Crown that falls first. Opening for St. Mary's, and ducking, diving and weaving, staying alive. He's going to catch 2 in the back here from Bob.
It's a huge win. Huge win from Bob, but Corvos unfortunately can't find the bomb carrier onto that art side. So you've done the damage though. You've brought this into a 2v2. You know exactly where they are. So you're going to be able to pin them on in, and I like the setup that we're seeing from Mudu and Deadly. They're there, but then you go ahead and split. You're watching this mid side. You got to throw a shoulder. The 2x2. It's trades. You coming on out. Tub 30 HP, still alive, but more importantly, bomb is down in that mid side. You still have 30 seconds on the clock. So Tub could make something happen here. And oh no, if Mudu's not careful, may get spotted.
No, in that angle down below, but you can see regards the bomb timing's on his favour, and he jumps up in the right time there. St. Mary's Huskies take it to map point. The hidden spot, obviously on the minimap, it doesn't. You don't expect him down below there, but Deadly, he was ready for it. He pounced. Crouching Tiger, but it wasn't on his Tiger side. The Husky winning the fight.
Okay. Match point here for SMU. 5-4. Got a little bit shaky, but these last 2 rounds, they have definitely looked in control. Obviously, RIT, a huge round for them to play some defense if they want to try and push us to a round 11. Let's take a look at some of these breakoffs. Set nades coming on through. Won't manage to find anybody just yet, but here comes the smoke. Already on top of the bomb. I don't know if that nade's going to go ahead and connect. Tell you what will connect, though. Corvus' bullets from a Dravik onto Tub.
There you go. Once again, the trade comes in, though. We're going to see another kill. Bob finds Corvus. Sorry, finds Deadly. We're at a 3 versus 3, but time ticking. Pressure on RIT here. They need this round, but they need to get the kills and the defusal done. With 22 seconds remaining, St. Mary's in the driving seat.
Corvus holding on. Trying to make sure there's going to be no sneaky way through the back, but in that ring side, Deadly. Guns up. Unfortunately, not going to be able to find one. Shots coming on through. Members of RIT are dropping. And they will get dropped for the final time here in the Search and Destroy. St. Mary's in a 6-4. Going to be able to hold this one on through. Really good work there in those final moments. It was looking a little bit shaky, Mark. Not going to lie. It was a 3-0 into a 3-3. And all of a sudden, I was like, RIT is looking pretty damn good. The Huskies, they clutch it on up.
Yeah, it was very, very much looking like it was going to go back and forward here for the last 4 or 5 rounds there. But unfortunately for RIT, it wasn't to be the case. The final round there, in round 10, goes the way of St. Mary's Huskies, and they take the rounds 6-4, taking a 2-0 series lead. Going into this overload, exposure, all in their hands there to go the clean sweep here and hopefully move themselves in this loser bracket. Remember, one team will go out and not progress here in the College Cost 2026 year in this setup anyway, and they'll be looking to try and bounce back if you're RIT, and the only way you can get reverse sweep now, Dan, is by being down 2-0, so this is where it has to start from here.
Now, even just looking at this Search and Destroy, to me, the story all comes down to those first bloods. I mean, those first 3 rounds, 2 out of the 3 of them were just because St. Mary's, they get those first bloods and they're able to let the kills fall their way. But it's exactly how RIT is able to get back into the mix, right? It's a defense, an attack, and then back into defense, where they're able to get those first bloods and then be able to kind of sweep them into getting all of the kills that they needed. So it feels like that's just kind of was the name of the game for both of these teams. It was, hey, whoever could get that first blood, put themselves in a fantastic, kind of positioning, they would be A-OK. Let's take a look at some of those stats. Let's get ready to come on through from St. Mary's. Pretty even across the board, I will say. That's a little bit of a heartbreaker because I'm looking at that other side and it's 11-7 from Bob and 8-7 from Reddy. Really good rounds coming out of them, and even Faded Crown is still at 1,200 damage. But just unfortunately, sometimes it just doesn't matter at the end of the day, right?
Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't matter. You're saying that the first bloods being crucial there. You could definitely see a difference there. It is 5 first bloods for RIT. But you know what? On the other hand, it is only 1 more of the difference, really. So not really massively, or is it the exact same as my maths? My maths is wrong. Yeah, I mean, it's the exact same in terms of first bloods. But either way, it still works in favour of St. Mary's Huskies here. As my maths can do no wrong at this time in the morning, but
you get a pass, my friend. You get a pass.
I get a pass, so we'll get that. Yeah, so 6-4. I mean, a strong round, but yeah, I felt like it had a round 11 written on it. Fortunately, RIT just couldn't convert it in the end for that final round there. And you know what? This way that St. Mary's Huskies have been playing, we kind of favoured them at the start of the round, the start of the Search and Destroy, just based off of that hard point. But now, based off the series as it's going, very much full momentum on the Huskies side.
Feeling very good. Hard point goes to the way of St. Mary. Search and Destroy goes to the way of St. Mary. And my friend, we are getting ready to head into an exposure overload, where St. Mary are going to look to close this one on out into a 3-0. You are RIT. You said it best. Hey, if you want a reverse sweep, it's got to start here. So you got to just take it 1 map at a time. So if you are RIT and you are a good exposure team, you're probably feeling very good about it, right? You got back-to-back exposures, 2 respawn modes in a row. You can go ahead and try and ride high on, getting ready to go back on into that den that unfortunately you didn't look too good on the hard point. It's a search and destroying completely different, but it all starts here on this exposure overload. It's going to be really like kind of curious about. I think I'm looking back to the hard point mark here, and there's a lot of the forward thinking from SMU is what got them to that point where they were able to get such an insane lead. And I think that heads up play is what I'm going to be looking at here in the overload. If they can have some strategies, execute on them, they might be able to run away with this one. But if they don't, RIT, they got some tricks up their sleeves.
Yeah, I think they definitely have a chance here, RIT, but they just need to, like you said, knock their heads together, get a wee good group talk together before this overload kicks off. Just be like, right, get your heads in the game. Let's start up here, let's switch on. Don't think about whatever happened before. Just think of it as 0-0. Don't think about what the score is at this moment in time, because it doesn't matter from there on out. You just need to win 3 games like you would have had to do at the very start of the series, either way.
Woo! Let's see, have people been in the lab? I know there's been some questions about what's been going on, obviously with a lot of the overload settings changing and things like that, but tell you what, this is a bread and butter map. Been one of those overloads that's been here since the beginning. These players should have a very strong idea of how they want to play this map. But Mark, let's jump on into it, my friend, because it is the St. Mary's University Huskies up here 2-0 against the RIT Tigers. And well, they can close it out here. So let's get hopped on through as we're already starting to see some action on the outside solar lane. And well, the Huskies are going to be the ones to maybe be the first to pick up this EMP and start making their way on over towards A.
Yeah, first couple of kills go their way, the opening to get the EMP, and it looking like the opening score is going to go sliding on in, and it does. Converted already, deadly, finding one in the back, and now they're going to have to try thinking about that second spawn site, because it's going to be favourable for RIT early on because they're all positioned for it. A couple of kills go their way as well, and all of a sudden they can relay this quite quickly back if they can get the kill in the back, and it's exactly what happens. It's going to be a quick answer back from the first 2 scores.
Okay. I like that. You make the read that, hey, they pushed the A side, so yeah, we're going to give up this score, no problem. We're going to put our sails all over towards tank, hold this line, pick up that EMP, and you have a couple players surge on forward. You find the kills, you put them in that back A spawn, and they get taken on out. And look at this, and it's almost the reverse that happens here again. RIT, a strong answer back, puts them up 2-1.
Yeah, if they could find more kills here as well, a chance to get it from mid as well and push up towards B, but there's going to be a fight inside P3, and it's going to be ready. That was set up for it. 4 in a row he goes. They're going to get that wrap around the top side here, fruit tank, and looking for more kills. He's going to be ready. He shuts them down. There's a chance to open up again. Another score for RIT. EMP carrier shut down though, and trades go back, but it will be favourable for St. Mary's in this hole this time round.
Yeah, nice way to kind of stem the bleeding there if you are St. Mary's. Obviously, if those kills go into the way of RIT, that's a very, very different fight. But look at this, holding in this mid side. Corvos is here, just trying to stay hot with the M15, cut these players down where he can, maybe provide an opening. But it's 3 dead in the feed. Last line of defense is going to be Mudu, who's going to be able to hop on up and finds one. Can you get there off of the spawn? Can you stop them? It looks like you were. Oh my god, a fantastic nade from Corvos will do the damage that you need.
Yeah, he's going to try and push up with this EMP, but once again, there's nobody home, and this could be it now. If they know and they're wise to it, RIT go up 3-1. And look at the side that they're on as well. They've got the chance to go up top. Fortunately, 2 dead in the feed for St. Mary's Huskies means that RIT can't answer back quickly again and find a 4th and end this half early. But they're looking good, RIT, here in this overload.
First half definitely feeling good for them. 1 minute left on the clock. As Mudu playing on this outside, pistol in hand. You're shooting, you're getting the damage that you need. You get lost into the mix. And you're just going to kind of be a thorn in the side. Pistol out. Tub, he's trying to be able to find him as well. And you're just going to actually wrap this one back through mid. Try and maybe join up with your team. Hit this towards this A side. But if you are pushed up right now, if you are St. Mary's, and you're going to be able to find some kills. It'll kind of drop into the side of RIT. Eventually thanks to Faded Crown, but really this EMP hasn't moved all that well.
No, definitely hasn't. A very mixed bag of trade in there. A lot of kills in that position, but the reset of the EMP at top towards P2. You're going to have Rudy pushing up a little bit, and they find a kill that they need to gather that EMP. Now they need to find the kills to push on up towards B. His Fairy Crown going to try and sneak his way in, but he can't get past. Will be shut down, and chance for the EMP to be answered back here. It's going to have to get picked up. 24 seconds on the clock. Time's ticking. You need to pick up to get this opportunity to even find one more back here for St. Mary's, but if you're RIT, just shut everybody down like you're doing. There's a chance to just get this game finishing in the first half at 3-1. That'll be a good enough score to go into the second half with, unless you can find a fourth.
I mean, if you can find a fourth for RIT, this would be insane. Spawns will come in all towards that B side. You got one player left back towards A. You got to hold the line. Tub trying to be able to stay alive. Corvos, though, good for 3. And that's actually off of that. 5 seconds left on the clock. That'll be enough time to grab this. And how do you want to try and play this here? Deadly's going to try and be some of that early pressure. Tub dropped. You don't catch the player onto the left, but the nade is dropped on in. You found all 4 dead. Can you find the last one you need? You can! Mudu! Oh my god, the saving grace right there from the St. Mary's Huskies. They are able to grab the EMP with 5 seconds left and push it all the way on in. 3-2. They're not going to be going down that bad in this halftime. What a fantastic last moment play.
Yeah, a very crucial score there at the end there, just to make sure that this scoreline wasn't too far to bounce back with. Only one upload in there. The difference between the two sides. And very much, if Moody was able to stay alive in the back there, it could have been a quick relay back and forward, but because he falls, RT were able to get their spawn quick enough to shut them down and make sure that the half would be ended in time, so that there wasn't an answer back to make it tied into the second half. Here we go with RIT. Like I said, they need to win this one here to even have a chance of staying in this competition, and it's going to have to be a big second half from the RIT squad.
I mean, RIT, they have what's considered good half there on that first side, so I mean, they get 3 and that's great, but the fact that SMU are able to snag 2 is, I think, very, very impressive. They're going to get some very crucial kills. You got Tub pushing their way up through that top mid side. We'll get found on out, but you're starting to get this first wave of kills that you need if you are SMU to put them in the back of their spawn. Food is going to be the one to maybe try and clear out this doors side. Not going to be there just yet, but if you start to work this could be a nice little easy slide in. Maybe tie up this game.
Yeah, I was about to say that SMU were waiting their time though, making sure they're getting the kills, push themselves up, getting the map control that they needed. They've got enough of it, and they managed to wrap it around towards his bottom side through water, but they will be shut down. There's only be one player left in the back, but he gets shut down. Mudu, all of a sudden RIT have a chance to come straight around here with Ready in the mid. He can find the kills that he needs there. He's found 2. That's massive. Partial trade comes in, and they have to swap positions wise here for RIT. But they're in the lead here. They just need to hold it for now. Try and see if they can find a new way in.
Yeah, Tub trying to do their best there, but unfortunately just trying to take down 2 at a time isn't always going to be the best. To the P4 side, Corvus going to be able to take down the EMP carrier. No worries there. Is Ready just at least going to be able to find one in the back. You're starting to let these kills go your way. 2 off spawn, push you to the solar side as Corvus is going to be the one to pick up the EMP. You got to be careful right now. If you are SMU, you got to try and maybe snag this EMP and rotate it to the other side of your base if possible. And you can just see all of RIT is just trying to fly at this device, pick it on up, and maybe get it to that B side. But a couple of gunfights go your way, and, well, I'm looking at the top side of the map, and it's looking pretty clear for SMU.
Yeah, good coverage up at the top of the map there. They can find these takeouts in the mid as well, and that's what they do. It's going to be SMU making their way through over towards P3. Get more kills in the back and a wrap towards A. You've got a player already pushed up in their spawn. Kills are traded back and forward though, and it's a 1v1 now for control over towards this A site, and it favors the RIT squad, and now they've got all the spawns close by that EMP device. They'll probably leave it to reset as they want to try and cover up towards mid-map. That's exactly what happens. Let the reset happen. Push it further up the map. And they're getting caught back in your own side. It's a solid defensive work for RIT.
Yeah, really good job there. Down to the final 30 seconds of the map. Faded Crown. He's going to be able to find 2, but it's just a 2-for-2 trade here. Kind of will all come down to this moment. SMU, they're the ones who really have to make something work. You're jumping up through the top, and Corvos is able to find the entry But unfortunately, will get found on out, and you are just holding the headies if you are RIT in this overload. 5 more seconds. That's here. You try and pick it on up, but ready on the heady. Not gonna let it happen. Time ticks on down. RIT, a fantastic first half, a fantastic defense on the second half. That's gonna give them the overload to at least push us to a map number 4.
Yeah, we're going to map number 4. We go back to exposure. We're seeing the back-to-back exposure, and that's a fantastic game there played for RIT. Might not be out slaying in that department, but the scores is all that matters there in the overload. And with a solid start in the first half, P2, you didn't see any scores in that second half. You just held on for dear life, and RIT put a map on the board. Now the start of this potential reverse sweep. We're back into the same map that they've just won off of. Will they be going on to take it to another search and destroy?
A great question, my friend. I got to give RIT some credit there in that overload, being able to come out 3-2. You know, SMU, they kind of scared me a little bit, right? They get that last second score. I'm like, hey, you leave this one, or, you know, okay. No, just some great defense coming on in from RIT. They felt like so much of that time was spent just leaving the device in the opposition time, right? Like, I feel like that was really the sauce, because there's just no point where it felt like it was close onto the other side of SMU being able to pick up that device and getting into the RIT area. So, you know, hey, definitely got to feel good if you are RIT, and that could be the bounce back that you're looking for. It's one map at a time, okay, that you're able to go on through. Let's take a little bit of those stats from the overload. And when I'm looking at these stats here, Mark, RIT didn't do anything super crazy. Felt like they just played the mode better.
Yeah, it's the first half difference, was it? It really was down to the scores that they managed to pull off. Although I think it wasn't the favourable side. I mean, fantastic for some areas to be not getting a scoreline in that second half when they had the favourable side, which we thought RIT might be at the deficit by the fact that they conceded that second one. But the most solid of sturdiest defences was held out for a whole, was it 2.5 minutes that they get now?
Yeah.
From the start of the round. Fantastic from RIT to be able to do so. Even with the EMP wrapping around, Sitman's got one opportunity, and they all got shut down towards that bottom side A. And as soon as that happened, RIT just made sure they just kept the headies, like you said, and made sure that nobody was making it way forward with the EMP at hand.
Yeah. I mean, then this is a kind of a moment where SMU, they can either shake it off and say, hey, you know, maybe overload isn't our game mode. You know, maybe that's one that we know we got to kind of hit the labs and we got to work on a little bit, because you can lock in for this hard point. Basing off of what we saw map number 1, right? Reminder, folks, it was 250 to 128 on Den in map number 1. Here, exposure, I feel like it's like a little bit of a similar story of what we know with Den, right? There's early rotations, it's playing for the cutoffs, and you have a couple of money hills that you can really hold on here and run away with the score line. We saw how good SMU was with that in map number 1. I wonder if we'll see the same here in map number 4.
Yep, exactly. We need to see if they can do just that to try and win this series. RIT, but we just want to keep the rhythm going. One win, followed by another one to take it to that elusive round 5. Match number 5. If you can get there, if you can get to map 5, there's a chance to stay in the tournament. As the trades go all in, RIT is a 4 dead wipe early time, going for St. Mary's.
I like it. We're in this early time, so we saw them do earlier. Hold on through. Get this early time, make them forced to get it scrappy, cut them down where you can. But RIT does a great job coming off spawn. They're now starting to try and find more. Ready finds one, almost snaps to the heavens on the second. 4 dead in the feed. It's just Prosperity coming in off of the spawn here, and Ready already getting lost in the back there. Does he get red? I mean, even if he does, he is still shooting. As P2 starts to come on the line, and RIT, they feel like they're a little bit better set up for it. The pinch comes in through mid.
Yep, does come in through mid to get control of P2.
Well, hey folks, unfortunately, sometimes you got a little bit of a technical difficulty. A-okay. Our observer, unfortunately, gonna crash from that one. Doesn't matter. We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna see what we can make happen there. We're gonna do a very quick break, and we come back. We're either probably gonna be hopping into that game or giving you an update what's going on. So don't go anywhere. College CoD will be right back here in a hot second.
My name's Chris Rodell. I go by CWADS. I go to St. Clair College, and I'm studying business and esports administrative. I started playing COD from when I could really remember, just like playing with my dad. Like he would give me like a second controller, probably wasn't even turned on. I was like 3. I originally started off as a sniper. I was really into like FaZe, L7, Red Reserve, all those like sniping teams. And then the way I got into competitive COD was actually one of my friends asked me if I wanted to go to MLG Anaheim one event, and we ended up beating Simp in like a 2v2 booth. And my dad was actually like into Call of Duty. He knew who Simp was, and I told him after that event, that was in like, I don't even remember, I was like 14, 15. That Christmas, he ended up getting me a PS4, a monitor, a scuff, and just said, here, like, let's go see what you can do in COD. And now I'm here. To go pro, it takes a lot. Like only a select few are gonna make it, and you always want to have that backup plan. Obviously, I have full confidence in myself going pro, but it's always nice having that, like, that extra leverage, you know. Like I think going to school, like, it's a great opportunity for you to be able to chase your dreams and still get an education while you're doing it. The reason why I'm at St. Clair is actually because of one of the players, Bendy. He gave me an offer. He was like, hey, I know a couple of our guys are leaving, and I know you want to be part of this. Like, if you can just wait one more semester, I can get you here. And it's been fun since then. Oh, it's great. I think it's one of the best esports programs. It feels like they really do care about us. I'm not going to name the school I went to before, but it just felt like they didn't care as much as St. Clair did. And that's like, I think one of the reasons that we all like really enjoy the school is they just really care about how we are, not even just like how we're doing in our esports, but also just like how we are like as people, like how we're doing mentally. So I think it's just like, it's a great group of guys we have. Like we always hang out. Like I wouldn't say perfect here, but it's pretty up there. It's one of the best programs. Sometimes I do, yes and no. Coming here, playing in Canada, like, you know, like we want to be like the best in Canada, you know, like that's just, we already know we're the best in Canada, but Colombia, Argentina, Mexico, California, Canada, like we have people from everywhere. So I think it's crazy to me how we're taking over Canada and possibly taking over NA. Like we really only realistically lost one tournament last year. So I think we're putting Canada, NA, we're putting everywhere on the map. Yeah, so with COD, I definitely think it's one of the harder games to balance, just the way the scrim schedule works. And it actually works out. I take my classes in the morning, so I still have all that scrim time. If you can find the balance, like if you want it, you'll be able to find that balance. That's what I tell everyone. Like everyone thinks it's really hard to balance, but if you really want this, you'll find that balance. The advice I would give is always, like, school should always be one of like the number 1 or 2 priority. You never want to, like, they're giving you this opportunity, like at least in my case, I'm in a different country. Like that is just insane to me. I'm in a different country to play Call of Duty and get an education. The advice I would give is like, take the opportunities that you're given. Like CCL is one of the biggest opportunities for you to still chase your dream and also get an education. Like it's almost like a no-brainer. Yeah, so I think a lot of people are kind of like nervous, or like, I don't know, they get a weird perception on esports, but we're just like any other sport. Like we still get the same opportunities, the same everything as any traditional sport would. It's just back to what I was saying. It's more of just like, if you want it, you'll make it happen. Like no matter what other people say, like if it's your dream, like nobody should stop that dream. Yeah, it was really fun. Like having the guys here, it honestly felt like we were like almost like pros. Like you're thinking like we were here to be like to play COD. Like we were all basically in the same room all day. We were boot camping almost. That's what people kept saying. It was just, it was awesome. It was really fun. Everyone at the school says like our team has like the best like team dynamic. Like we're always hanging out. So I don't know, just us coming together to win like a whole bunch of college stuff, and then also take our talents into like the challenger scene and kind of be like one of the first teams to have like.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry. Our observer tried again, and it was on the third one. So we got back on through, and apparently we missed all of the action because we're coming on in, and RIT is up 80 points on SMU here in the exposure.
Yeah, what a scoreline to come back to, indeed. Definitely momentum being shifted from that overload, and RIT coming all guns out swinging. As they trying to get control here. Corvus though, he wins one but he can't win the second. It's 2 dead in the feed for SMU. Make that free, and Mudu is the last one nearby. He'll be shut down, and more time going the way of RIT. 23 seconds still to fight for here on P2. And what I could only assume is still our second over, so rotation so far. So Plenty more hills to go, and once again, another 3 dead. 4 dead.
Oh my
For St.
God.
Mary's Huskies, and RIT are gunning.
3 in the feed for Mr. Faded Crown. So you can see as all 4 go down, 3 at the hands of Faded. You gotta figure out what the plan is here. And it looks like for the time being, it's maybe push through mid, but you're trying to play through mini, and Bob is cutting you down. Can maybe Tub find one more? Oh my God, Bob for 4. As you just do such a great job of converting from this P2 into a P3. And you're putting them in the back spawn. This is exactly what RIT want to see happen.
Yep, 8 spray as well here for Bob. He's building. He's got a streak surely at hand here as well. And look at the lead here, over 100 points now and counting. If they can hold this gunfight out, we can. 25 and 15. No, there's a good solid position to be in. And they're almost at the 200 point mark already. Not far off, and there you go, another 3 dead. Once again in the feed. RIT gonna close out here over the 200 point mark. Going in to P4 with what could be easily the map 1 early on with a fast blowout here. Already makes a 5 spray as well. And all of a sudden, every single player on RIT are finding some great gunfights.
Yeah, I mean, this is just such a good job chaining that P2 into the P3. And Mark, look at this, P4 coming online, and you're trying to make your way through Solar. If you are SMU, you find one on the backside, but it is just a pinstripe. As you do the due diligence, you try and push on through that front, but it's just this backside hold that's doing such a good job. Ready, cuts down 2. Bob there for the trade. Only 30 more points needed. RIT want to take this one on home, but SMU, they'll continue to make it mixy here. But I am also keeping my eye on that overall clock, as we only have 2 minutes left in this map. SMU, you don't have a lot of time to play with.
Yeah, they do get in there though. Stop that clock for now. Get that time ticking. SMU getting past that 100 point mark, so it won't be a 100 point club no matter what. But as it goes on, our SMU is starting to get themselves the fight back that they need in this hard point. And they're able to find something to stop the rhythm that RIT had already built up when we weren't here. All of a sudden, that's 4 dead once again. And there you go. P5 under control here from RIT. Is Bob. He's gonna, it's the streak coming out. He's going to get shot out surely when he's using it, but he's going to be able to stop any players progressing to the hard point. Give them some early time. They only need 20. Well, make that 20. Well, 15 seconds is all they need.
Yeah. They're already holding this on the P5. Set on up. SMU's got to fly. They got to push their way on in, and it's just not enough. Is ready. Finds 3. Can you find one more? Good damage on the Corvus. You're still looking to hold the line. Flying in from the heaven. The Tiger will roar as RIT. They show some signs of life. I know we missed the middle side of it, but we caught the important part of it, and that's the end. With them taking a map number 4, a hardpoint on exposure. Looking like a brand new team.
Brand new team indeed. They fight back and bite back into the action. It is a phenomenal one to come back into. With a massive lead, 80 points, and it just kept them out. And as Bob and co started finding streaks, and that was even another streak earned just in the end if it needed to be from Ready, but it wasn't needed. And there you go, 250 to 121, almost replicating map number 1, but it will be on the opposite side. We are getting the chance for the reverse sweep still on the cards here for RIT, going into a daring search and destroy. It's all to play for. One team will be eliminated and we'll all be down to the search and destroy. Dandro, I don't know who you bet on at this point now with the momentum on the side of RIT.
Yeah, we might as well flip a coin here, buddy, because it is just, I don't know what we're seeing. I mean, you know, in this earlier search and destroy, right, we watched it happen. SMU, they come out hot on the raid. They're up 3-0. Oh my God. And then what happens? It's 3 back for RIT. SMU, they kind of tightened it on up a little bit. They're able to take that, but it's that go up 3-0, let them bring 3 rounds back. That has me a little bit worried, because obviously if you're coming in here into this den search and destroy and you're not on lock from the beginning, you're going up against this RIT Tiger squad that has a lot of momentum behind them, right? They just evened up their series after a fantastic overload and a really damn good looking exposure. So they're going to have a lot of hype and energy behind them. They're coming into this den. You have to mentally reset right now if you are SMU. If you want to, like you said, stay alive in the tournament this weekend, because like I mentioned, loser does get sent on home. A lot of stakes A lot of fun here. I'm at least glad that we're going to a map 5, and, you know, we get a nice little storyline no matter who wins.
Yeah, exactly. A very good storyline indeed at Game 5, nonetheless. I'm hoping for around 11, for God's sake, that it goes the distance, so everybody feels like it could have been theirs no matter what. It always makes for an interesting watch, especially for everybody else at home watching that are the neutrals. But yeah, like I said, nobody you can really pick between these two sides, the way that it's going, the way that Search and Destroy did start off, eventually going the way of St. Mary's Huskies. You've got momentum now. If you're RIT, you've been gunning, you've just found a fantastic hardpoint. Your overload was on point, and now all of a sudden you go back to Search and Destroy where you weren't far off, really, in game number 2.
Yeah, and I think that's really what I'm leaning on here with RIT, especially, is that they have so much momentum behind them, Mark. Like, it was a really solid overload, right? Where, yeah, they have one little slip up in the first half, but on that second half, they played fantastic defense. It is a slam of a hard point on exposure, right? So now we're going back to Den, what we kickstarted our day on, this time in Search and Destroy. And it has to be, you have to be feeling some of the comms are there. It was really solid what we saw, at least from the Search and Destroy earlier on in this series. And I hope what they're doing is they're talking about some of the mistakes they made earlier on that raid S&D, how they can maybe tighten them on up, and how they can maybe come out hot here on the Den. For SMU, though, I think they came out hot in that raid Search and Destroy. Kind of the same thing for them. Realize where you lost that steam and momentum, keep it rolling, because that could have easily been a 6-1 in that map number 2.
Yeah, it could have easily, if you had that momentum, we just kept it going. But let's see where we go off. Who's going to kick us off early on? There'll be a push for the St. Mary's side as they look to try and get map dominance quickly. There's going to be one player on the other side though, of the tin. And he'll going to throw a shoulder and he'll find the first blood, but all of a sudden answer back with 2 quick kills. And we're all tied up at 2 apiece.
Already. Getting a little mixing onto this outside. The shots are coming on through. They're trying to hunt him on down. And he's actually able to find one on the exit. Bomb will be down at B.
Unfortunately for RIT, this tub wasn't on the other hand there for the trade. And there you go. St. Mary's Huskies managed to win the round. Even with the numbers going against them, eventually they swing it to a 1v1 and Moodoo managed to back down. Stay alive long enough for Tub to get caught out. And it will be their first kill and first setup here ready for the St. Mary's Husky side. They started off strong last time in Search and Destroy. They're starting off strong with the first round now. Do they keep the momentum going for a couple more? Or do they answer back quickly here if you're RIT?
Yeah, I think it's just some great sort of moments there. I love that they hunted down Ready. Just trying to make sure that, hey, we don't want to let this player stay alive for free. But look at this fast play over towards this A side. Prosperity. A little bit of a shoulder throw here. A couple of bullets go on through. Gets backed on down. Has to give up so much space. And Ready going to use that opportunity to fly on forward. Cuts down Moodoo. So you've gained control of this A side. Trying to spread your wings. Spread out as a team if possible. How do you go ahead and retake this? Got a couple players flying through server. Deadly's going to be on here on the outside, but your players are getting dropped, and just like that, it's a 2v3.
Yeah, Moodoo manages to pick up one, but unfortunately time is ticking. Is he going to be able to get a second here? As he's looking for it, but unfortunately his teammate will fall in the back, and he's on his own. 1v3, 18 seconds remaining, and it's just a wrap around here coming. It's going to be finished off in the end, and RIT do bounce back quickly and tie it up at 1 apiece.
Okay. Huge round here from RIT to be able to not have a little bit of deja vu from map number 2, right? They don't want to go down 0-3 again and have to pull this one back. So it's, nope, we're going to get evened up nice and early on. If we're going to a round 11, it's going to be a back and forth. We don't want to have to try and play from behind. So it's I like the aggression that we see out of them, right? Fast A hit, they take over the site, and then they just set themselves up beautifully to make sure that no members of St. Mary's can really push for an angle that they're not suspecting. St. Mary's looking to maybe do a little bit of the same, but over here on the B side.
Yeah, counted a bit. Seen the numbers, seen a couple of players there. Give out the information you got. Ready, flanking round. To the spawn side, he's going to have to go through R, and there's going to be one player sitting waiting there for Moodoo. He's going gonna wrap the time. Mudu turns and finds it. It'll be the first kill going their way, but trade back and forward once again. RT still have the favourable in numbers. Now it's a 2v2. Going everywhere, Deadly. Can't find the kill though. And now back to a 1v1 again. Mudu and Faded, but it is Mudu. It gets the better of Faded Crown there in the end, and St. Mary's, they go back in lead.
Okay. Nice little clean round out of St. Mary's on the offense. That's what we do like to see. Get this player back into the garage. Unfortunately, not really able to do anything. So we've seen back-to-back offensive rounds where it just feels like the team is all 4 players just flying at a site to gain control of it. I wonder what sort of adaptations we see round over round to maybe stop that. Obviously, in the last offensive round for RIT, it was a very fast A hit, and maybe it looks like they're going to take a page out of the St. Mary's book, as it is a 4-man B hit that's here. Looks like Deadly might be the only player trying to hold the line.
Yeah, Smoke's out though to cover his descent away backwards, and they're going to get the first blood there. It will be Corvus finding Faded. They're still looking for an opening. They're going to have to wrap it around the back of their opposition spawn. Unless Tub decides, I'm just going to risk it here. Prosperity, does he get the option to see? No, he can't. But his get tagged up and he will get took down. All back up square with 3 lives remaining on both sides. But it's a very split map.
Okay. Reddy finds one more though. Maybe you could find yourself in a little bit of a position to maybe catch one pushing, but you get sniffed on out, and Corvus maybe heats on out, tries to check the bomb site. No one's going to be home. Bomb gets planted at A, and now it is just Mudu alive.
I like this from Mudu though. He's trying to stay alive. He's trying to bait the player up towards him as he goes back in, but unfortunately tagged up massively. Tiny bit of HP left, and that is it finished off. RIT tie it back up again. We're going back and forward swing. Maybe this will be the difference maker. It will be getting the back-to-back rounds, but might swing the whole S&D.
Yeah, I mean, I think RIT definitely felt like they were on the back foot there a little bit in that round, but they do such a great job of just, you know, kind of getting the bomb down, forcing them to make some maneuvers, and you just catch them out when they do it. You know, it's a 3v3, and you find that one kill onto the player in mid, and all of a sudden the map just opens all wide open. But here we go. Round number 5. Some good shots come out from Mudu. You back down the player in Dojo, and you're yet again going to look to try and get this bomb down at B is what it looks like. You do have Reddy and Tub sliding their way through mid. Corvo slides on out, not ready for the crossfire. Will get dropped into just like that. 2 members of St. Mary's will get taken on out. Almost going to make it a third as Prosperity has to take the knife out, sprint away, and you've backed them on down. Hey, worried here, Mark, is that you got 2 players playing on that Dojo side. They're holding this down, and look who's in mid, Tub. He might be able to catch some type of play here if they try and push through.
Yeah, gonna keep watching in case the player comes through mid and caught time in its finest. As soon as he moves away from the window, Mudu goes into his line of sight of where he would have been, but he's almost predicted the route being taken here as he comes around towards this A site. Now you'll have to check the bomb because time is ticking. He spots a player sliding on in. Now you're going to have 2 players there. The bomb carrier will be picked off. And now, 1 for 1. The trades go back and forward, but RIT will take back the lead. Good defensive run with the numbers advantage that they had. They just played the trades. Come on top.
I feel like I'm not seeing as much cohesiveness from St. Mary's that I would like, right? RIT, you can see the second they get a pick, the second they have a man advantage, or even just a little bit of info, you're watching those arrows start to move around the map, right? It feels like they have a little bit more semblance of a game plan. For St. Mary's, it kind of just feels they're playing for first bloods, or like somebody's got to pop a 2 huge piece. I mean, just blatantly looking at the numbers, Mudu's the only one who's having a good game here, right? Like, sure, 2 and 4, not too terrible, but 1 and 5, you got to find a way to, you know, let Deadly and Corvos kind of get more into the mix. This could be something that kind of turns the tides into your way. We've seen Deadly be crazy with this sniper in hand, and Mudu on the other side does claim first blood, so this could be exactly what you're looking for.
There you go, Corvus getting his second kill. And it's going to be numbers advantage by 2. SMU. This defense in a solid position. Take the round. Gonna find another. All of a sudden, RIT left with just Tub. He's got one. Can he find a second? No, he can't. Corvus finishes him off, and it is tied up once again. It is back and forward. Like I said, it could be one of these ones where it just goes back and forward all the way, Dandro, till the very end. Till that elusive round 11 that we all forbid to see in a game 5. I always love to see, because it is pressure on. This is when the ice in the veins comes to play. So a few more rounds to play out, though. Does he jump off the map there as well at the end?
He might have.
What did he do? Wow,
I don't know,
crazy
maybe he just wanted to go a little sightseeing. Who knows?
Maybe.
The amazing sights of Den that are there. But back and forth we go. I'm waiting for the first team to kind of pull off back-to-back rounds. And this is obviously the time to do it. If you're able to do that, back-to-back rounds, put yourself on 5-3, it's a lot of pressure coming on through on your opposition. Smokes come on out, and Corvus is going to try and use that as a little bit of cover to fly on forward, but Faded Crown will be able to cut him through. And you find some more in the back. You have some great pressure here in Dojo. If you are Mudu, you got to turn your sight. You got one in garage, though. Pistol on out. You can't make it happen. RIT. They're able to hold that round. I thought that was all over for them.
Yeah, crazy fast-paced round indeed, and it did look like it was about to be all over, but somehow, some way, eventually turns around, and Mudu just couldn't finish it off in the end. He had to pull the pistol, but his pistol's at dawn here for both sides, and really, he betters Mudu in the end. 2v1 scenario, though, so there was an opportunity for the trade coming in, but RIT, once again, win their round, and now it is still back and forward. This is the chance you want, though, if you're RIT, or the back-to-back rounds now. Break the serve if you can. Now you got to do it on the attack, though. They're sending it through mid. Bold and brave. I like it. It's different. There's only going to be one player down the mid on that defensive side, and it's going to be really getting aggressive up in the window first, and he finds the first blood. Well, Tub does the first blood, actually, but it looks like it's already going to be getting it, and Deli, he's on the opportunity as well to get the trade, so when you look like a very aggressive push from mid, it is still favouring St. Mary's Huskies here. And it is all done. Again, another round against the wayside. It's 4-4. It's definitely going around 11. It can't not now at this point in time, right?
You know, I thought that was about to be the round that maybe RIT pushes us, you know, to say, hey, it's 5-3. Looks a little bit different. No, not going to be the case. St. Mary's Huskies do a great job just staying alive, keeping on in it. 4-4 right now between these two squads. We're starting to see some of these players wake up a little bit. Find their kills, put themselves in better positions.
It's definitely what St. Mary's need now at this point in time, just to start waking up and getting everybody on that kill spree and look for at least for some kills department. But ready, he's found 2. Oh my god! All of a sudden, it's all down to Mudu. RIT looking to advance back again instantly and find another round and put themselves on that point first. Mudu doesn't know what to do at this point in time because his bomb carrier got shut off outer roofs, and that's going to be watched over indeed, and he's going to have to try and go right into the open front of the window, slide on through and find that bomb in a 1v3 scenario. Do you risk it? He does. He goes through the window, but unfortunately he'll be shut down. RIT will take the lead and take it to map and match point. What a phenomenal reverse sweep this will be for RIT if they can go back-to-back rounds at the most important time to do it.
Yeah, this would be a huge moment for them. Able to bring this one back into their favor. You know, we've watched in the last couple of rounds, St. Mary's, they've done a great job of sort of stemming the bleeding where they needed to. But, I mean, this is the extra pressure's on, right? Map 5, your opponents, all they need to do is win this round and knock you out of the College COD League playoffs, and well, you don't want to go out like that. At least go out in a round 11 here, boys. So let's see what we got going on. For the Huskies, it's a wide spread here, and for RIT, it's 4 members all the way on through to that B side. It's first blood onto St. Mary's, where the trades immediately come on through. Looking to hold that heady, and RIT seemingly they say, yeah, we want nothing more to do with this. Let's go ahead. Let's wrap on out. But I don't really know where you can go here because you have Corvus in that mid.
Yeah, Corvus is watching the mid kit and also a mid push just in case, and watch over and overlook is going to be Prosperity. looking for it, but they're going outer circle. I like that shooting from there from Bob. He's trying to bait them to stay on that side as they get towards that A site up top. Is Prosperity going to check down towards that bomb site? Is he going to go in and around there, or is he just going to wait his time? Oh, he's going to go out and they're going to leave that site. It's an opportunity for RIT to put that bomb down. And look where player number 8 is going as well. Bob is trying to flank around the other side and could potentially catch them off guard. RIT with the upper hand and the opportunity to seal the deal.
Yeah, if they're not careful here, Bob has a very strong opportunity just to find one of these picks. Put us in a 3v2 with Corvo's going to be trying to tip the spear up through the window. Finds one. Teammate helps you line up for 2. Are you going to hop on the bomb? You are. Bob through that lobby side. Not able to make it happen. Plenty of time to defuse. St. Mary's. They will push us to a round 11. It's a little bit of a confidence play. You fly up to the window. You find the player watching server. The trades come on through from the teammates. It's just all the timing you need.
S&D wins your championships for the most part here. It is a phenomenal one for this opportunity to stay inside the championship here. And then we're going to that final round 11. Map number 5. All to play for. Defense favourable for the most part here. So RIT, they've got the upper hand going into this round 11. Can they seal the deal? Can they get the reverse sweep and deny St. Mary's opportunity of progressing further?
Good shots. Oh my god, Corvos holds the line in mid, cuts down 2, and all of a sudden, blink and you miss it. The Tigers down to 2 players. It's just Tub. It's just Faded Crown. The last 2 alive. And they're going to maybe try and rotate through Dojo, but Bomb's going to start going down B, and it's going to be a tough ask.
100%. The retake and a 2v4. Don't fancy your chances, but you just never know. Luckily, throw the dice. What have you got at it? You're going to have to throw something at it. Unfortunately, you fall. It's all down to Faded Crown. He's not going to do it. St. Mary's Huskies will progress in the loser round so far and eliminate RIT Esports in what was looking like the reverse sweep opportunity, Dandro. It just falls a little short.
It was so close. I mean, I think we all got a nice little delicious last map of the day there. But wow, just look at some of these first bloods in the battle back and forth, right? Just kind of being able to go on through and just see the rounds changing hands time after time. And it's St. Mary's who's able to go back to back on the rounds in order to hold it on through and take it in a 6-5 and make their way a little bit deeper in our playoff bracket. But I think we would be remiss here, Mark, not to give a little bit of credit where credit is due from RIT. They were down. I thought we were about to watch a 3-0 happen here. St. Mary's is looking so good through those first 2 maps. But RIT Tigers, they come back in spectacular fashion, right? In the reverse sweep, they push to the map 5, and they push us all the way to a round 11. I think they deserve a little bit of respect.
Yeah, 100% respect where it's due. I mean, you've taken the distance, and it was not looking that way. The way that the games were going, the massive blow, and then fortunately the raid falls short as well by 2. This time, in the end, it goes to around 11, and you just lose out. There's a couple of kills coming from Corvos early on to find the first and second bloods, and all of a sudden you're back down in a 2v4 with all it to play for on that defensive side. But however, St. Mary's Huskies, they had the ice to close it on out eventually. It took its time, but what a phenomenal game and series we had on our hands there, Dando. And it was a pleasure once again to be part of it and be there. Although they did keep us later than I'd expect in my head. That makes it the long distance. That's always what happens when it's the last game of the day. It has to be the longest one of the day. But you know what? It's been a phenomenal one to watch for sure. And unfortunate for RIT, but congratulations to St. Mary's Huskies who move on in that round, and they'll be continued away in the playoffs. I mean, both sides looked like they could have won it either way.
No, for sure. I see some SMU fans in the chat. They're happy. I'm saying roll dogs. I don't know if that's your team's motto or anything, but hey, I like it. I think that's there. Someone's saying dogs on me. I love it. Listen, hey, one of my favorite parts of College COD is all just the fans, the support that everybody wants to come on through. and support their team. So SMU, they got some of that community, they got some of that pride, and their community is coming on in to help represent that, and they're gonna need them because it's a long weekend ahead for SMU, because the College COD playoffs will continue all weekend long, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back here, 1 p.m. EDT tomorrow. We got 5 matches in for a jam-packed Saturday. Absolutely crazy. A fantastic crew helping run all of that. But Mark, before we say goodbye, I know it's pretty late for you, but any final words to wrap up your day?
No, absolute pleasure. Watched the last 2 series alongside yourself, Dando, and everybody in the production side of things for CCL. You've done a fantastic job as always. We did miss out a wee bit, but unfortunately that's just how things go. But you know what? To come back in when it was that scoreline puts us in a surprise boat, and we got to see that final round 11 on map number 5 in St. Mary's Huskies. Well done, GG for you guys for moving on, and commiserations to RIT Esports. It's been an absolute pleasure once again. The first time with yourself as well, Dandro, so I appreciate it, and all the little helper tips that you've given as well along the way. It's been a fantastic one, but it's not over yet. CCL has got a lot more matches ahead of itself.
Absolutely. Catch us back here 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, twitch.tv/College COD, to continue all of the action here in playoffs. With that being said, that's all we got for you here today. So I'm Dandro, that's Mark, and we'll see you tomorrow.